Section 5. Political Economy and Death. The extradition of the dead. As soon as savages began to call men only those who were members of their tribe, the definition of the human was considerably enlarged. It became a universal concept. This is precisely what we call culture. Today all men are men. Universality is in fact based exclusively on tautology and doubling, and this is where the human takes on the force of a moral law and a principle of exclusion. This is because the human is from the outset the institution of its structural double, the inhuman. This is all it is. The progress of humanity and culture are simply the chain of discriminations with which to brand others with inhumanity, and therefore with nullity. For the savages who call themselves men, the others are something else. For us, by contrast, under the sign of the human as a universal concept, others are nothing. In other cases, to be man is, like being a gentleman, a challenge, a distinction experienced as a great struggle, not merely giving rise to an exchange of quality or status amongst different beings, gods, ancestors, foreigners, animals, nature, but imposing its stakes universally, being praised and prohibited. We are happy to be promoted to the universal, to an abstract and generic value indexed on the equivalence of the species, to the exclusion of all the others. In some sense, therefore, the definition of the human inexorably contracts in accordance with cultural developments. Each objective, progressive step towards the universal corresponded to an ever stricter discrimination, until eventually we can glimpse the time of man's definitive universality that will coincide with the excommunication of all men, the purity of the concept alone radiant in the void. Racism is modern. Previous races or cultures were ignored or eliminated, but never under the sign of a universal reason. There is no criterion of man, no split from the inhuman, there are only differences with which to oppose death. But it is our undifferentiated concept of man that gives rise to discrimination. We must read the following narrative by Jean de Larry, from the 16th century, Histoire d'un voyage en la terre de Brésil, the history of a journey to the land of Brazil, to see that racism did not exist in this period when the idea of man does not yet cast its shadow over all the metaphysical purity of Western culture. This Reformation Puritan from Geneva, landing amongst Brazilian cannibals, is not racist. It is due to the extent of our progress that we have since become racists, and not only. Page 125. Page 126. Towards Indians and cannibals, the increasing hold of rationality on our culture has meant the successive extradition of inanimate nature, animals, and inferior races one into the inhuman, while the cancer of the human has invested the very society it claimed to contain within its absolute superiority. Michel Foucault has analyzed the extradition of madmen at the dawn of Western modernity, but we also know of the extradition and progressive confinement of children, following the course of reason itself, into the idealized state of infancy, the ghetto of the infantile universe and the abjection of innocence. But the old have also become inhuman, pushed to the fringes of normality. Like so many others, the mad children and the old have only become categories under the sign of the successive segregations that have marked the development of culture. The poor, the underdeveloped, those with subnormal IQs, perverts, transsexuals, intellectuals, and women form a folklore of terror, a folklore of excommunication on the basis of an increasingly racist definition of the normal human. Quintessence of normality. Ultimately all these categories will be excluded, segregated, exiled in a finally universal society, where the normal and the universal will at last fuse under the sign of the human. Point 2. Foucault's analysis, amongst the masterpieces of this genuine cultural history, takes the form of a genealogy of discrimination in which, at the start of the 19th century, labor and production occupy a decisive place. At the very core of the rationality of our culture, however, is an exclusion that precedes every other, more radical than the exclusion of madmen, children, or inferior races, an exclusion preceding all these and serving as their model, the exclusion of the dead and of death. There is an irreversible evolution from savage societies to our own. Little by little, the dead cease to exist. They are thrown out of the group's symbolic circulation. They are no longer beings with a full role to play, worthy partners in exchange, and we make this obvious by exiling them further and further away from the group of the living. In the domestic intimacy of the cemetery, the first grouping remains in the heart of the village or town, becoming the first ghetto, prefiguring every future ghetto, but are thrown further and further from the center towards the periphery, finally having nowhere to go at all, as in the new town or the contemporary metropolis, where there are no longer any provisions for the dead, either in mental or in physical space. Even madmen, delinquents, and misfits can find a welcome in the new towns, that is, in the rationality of a modern society. Only the death function cannot be programmed and localized. Strictly speaking, we no longer know what to do with them, since, today, it is not normal to be dead, and this is new. To be dead is an unthinkable anomaly, nothing else is as offensive as this. Death is a delinquency, and an incurable deviancy. The dead are no longer inflicted on any place or space-time, they can find no resting place, they are thrown into a radical utopia. They are no longer even packed in and shut up, but obliterated. But we know what these hidden places signify. The factory no longer exists because labor is everywhere, the prison no longer exists because. Page 126. Page 127. Arrests and confinements pervade social space-time. The asylum no longer exists because psychological control and therapy have been generalized and become banal. The school no longer exists because every strand of social progress is shot through with discipline and pedagogical training. Capital no longer exists, nor does its Marxist critique, because the law of value has collapsed into self-managed survival in all its forms, etc., etc. The cemetery no longer exists because modern cities have entirely taken over their function. They are ghost towns, cities of death. If the great operational metropolis is the final form of an entire culture, then, quite simply, ours is a culture of death. 3. Survival, or the equivalent to death. It is correct to say that the dead, hounded and separated from the living, condemn us to an equivalent death, for the fundamental law of symbolic obligation is at play in any case, for better or worse. Madness, then, is only ever the dividing line between the mad and the normal, a line which normality shares with madness and which is even defined by it. Every society that internalizes its mad is a society invested in its depths by madness, which alone and everywhere ends up being symbolically exchanged under the legal signs of normality. Madness has for several centuries worked hard on the society which confines it, and today the asylum walls have been removed, not because of some miraculous tolerance, but because madness has completed its normalizing labor on society. Madness has become pervasive, while at the same time it is forbidden a resting place. The asylum has been reabsorbed into the core of the social field, because normality has reached the point of perfection and assumed the characteristics of the asylum, because the virus of confinement has worked its way into every fiber of normal existence. So it is with death. Death is ultimately nothing more than the social line of demarcation separating the dead from the living, therefore, it affects both equally. Against the senseless illusion of the living of willing the living to the exclusion of the dead, against the illusion that reduces life to an absolute surplus value by subtracting death from it, the indestructible logic of symbolic exchange re-establishes the equivalence of life and death in the indifferent fatality of survival. In survival, death is repressed, life itself in accordance with that well-known ebbing away, would be nothing more than a survival determined by death. The ghetto beyond the grave. The concept of immortality grew alongside the segregation of the dead. For the flip side of death, this eminent status, which is the mark of the soul and superior spiritualities, is only a story that conceals the real extradition of the dead and the rupturing of a symbolic exchange with them. When the dead are there, life like vivants but different from the living. Vivants. Page 127. Page 128. Whom they partner in multiple exchanges, they have no need to, and neither is it necessary that they should, be immortal. Since this fantastic quality shatters all reciprocity, it is only to the extent that they are excluded by the living that they quietly become immortal, and this idealized survival is only the mark of their social exile. We must get rid of the idea of progress in religions, leading from animism to polytheism and then to monotheism, in the course of which an immortal soul progressively emerges. It is to the precise extent that the dead are confined that they are conferred an immortality, just as, in a similar way, we see life expectancy grow simultaneously with the segregation of pensioners, deemed asocial, in our societies. Immortality is progressive, and this is one of the strangest things. It progresses in time, passing from limited to eternal survival. In social space, immortality becomes democratic and passes from being the privilege of a few to being everyone's virtual right. This is relatively recent, however. In Egypt, certain members of the group, pharaohs, then priests, chiefs, the wealthy, the initiates of the dominant class, according to the degree of their power, slowly broke away as immortals, others having only the right to death and the double. Towards the year 2000 BC, everyone accedes to immortality in a sort of social conquest, perhaps the outcome of a great struggle. Without attempting a social history or constructing a fiction, we can well imagine, in Egypt and the great dynasties, revolts and social movements demanding the right to immortality for all. In the beginning, then, immortality was a matter of an emblem of power and social transcendence. Where, in primitive groups, there were no structures of political power, there was no personal immortality either. Consequently, in the least segmented societies, a relative soul and a restricted immortality correspond to a similarly relative transcendence of power structures. Then, with the grand empires, despotic societies of total transcendence of power, immortality is generalized and becomes eternal. The king or the pharaoh is the first to benefit from this advancement, but then, at a more advanced stage, issuing from God himself who is immortality par excellence, immortality is democratically redistributed. But the phase of the immortal God, which coincides with the great universalist religions, and Christianity in particular, is already a phase of a huge abstraction of social power in the Roman Imperium. If the Greek gods were mortals, it is because they were bound to a specific culture and were not yet universal. In its initial stages, Christianity was not in accord over immortality, which was a late acquisition. The Church Fathers still admitted the provisional elimination of the soul awaiting resurrection. Even when St. Paul preached the idea of resurrection, the pagans mocked him for it and even the Church Fathers had a deep resistance to it. In the Old Testament, Daniel, resurrection is promised only to those who have not received retribution during their lifetime for good or evil. The beyond of life, survival, is only the settling of all accounts, existing only according to what? Page 128. Page 129. Remained unexchanged in life. Resurrection, or immortality, is a fine example of the last resort as regards the symbolic possibility of the archaic group's immediate regulation of all its accounts, annulling all its symbolic debt without reference to an afterlife. Originally the distinctive emblem of power, the immortality of the soul acts throughout Christianity, as an egalitarian myth, as a democratic beyond as opposed to worldly inequality before death. It is only a myth. Even in its most universalist Christian version, immortality only belongs to every human being by right. In fact, it is sparingly granted, remaining the privilege of a culture, and within this culture, the privilege of a specific social and political caste. Have the missionaries ever believed in the immortal soul of the natives? Has woman ever really had a soul in classical Christianity? What about madmen, children, and criminals? In fact, it always comes down to this: only the rich and powerful have a soul. Social, political, and economic inequality, life expectancy, prestigious funerals, glory, and living on in men's memories before death is only ever the effect of this fundamental discrimination. Some, the only real human beings, have the right to immortality, others have only the right to death. Nothing has changed greatly since Egypt and the great dynasties. What does immortality matter? The naive materialist will say, it's all imaginary. Yes, and it is exciting to see that this is where the basis of the real social discrimination lies, and that nowhere else are power and social transcendence so clearly marked than in the imaginary. The economic power of capital is based in the imaginary just as much as is the power of the church. Capital is only its fantastic secularization. We can also see that democracy changes nothing here. We used to be able to fight in order to gain immortality for the souls of all, just as generations of proletarians fought in order to gain equality in terms of goods and culture. It is the same fight, the former for survival in the beyond, and the latter for survival here. It is the same trap, the personal immortality of a few resulting, as we have seen, in the breakup of the group. So what's the point of demanding immortality for all? It is simply to generalize the imaginary. The revolution can only consist in the abolition of the separation of death, and not in equality of survival. Immortality is only a kind of general equivalent bound to the abstraction of linear time, taking form as soon as time becomes this abstract dimension bound to the process of political economic accumulation and, in short, to the abstraction of life. Death power. The emergence of survival can therefore be analyzed as the fundamental operation in the birth of power. Not only because this setup will permit the necessity of the sacrifice of this life and the threat of recompense in the page 129. Page 130. Next, this is exactly the priest-caste strategy, but more profoundly by instituting the prohibition of death and, at the same time, the agency that oversees this prohibition of death, power. Shattering the union of the living and the dead, and slapping a prohibition on death and the dead, the primary source of social control. Power is possible only if death is no longer free, only if the dead are put under surveillance, in anticipation of the future confinement of life in its entirety. This is the fundamental law, and power is the guardian at the gates of this law. It is not the repression of unconscious pulsions, libido, or whatever other energy that is fundamental, and it is not anthropological, it is the repression of death. The social repression of death in the sense that this is what facilitates the shift towards the repressive socialization of life. Historically, we know that sacerdotal power is based on a monopoly over death and exclusive control over relations with the dead. For the dead are the first restricted area, the exchange of whom is restored by an obligatory mediation by the priests. Power is established on death's borders. It will subsequently be sustained by further separations, the soul and the body, the male and the female, good and evil, etc., that have infinite ramifications, but the principal separation is between life and death. 5 When the French say that power holds the bar 6, it is no metaphor, it is the bar between life and death. The decree that suspends exchange between life and death, the tollgate and border control between the two banks. This is precisely the way in which power will later be instituted between the subject separated from its body, between the individual separated from its social body, between man separated from his labor. The agency of mediation and representation flourishes in this rupture. We must take note, however, that the archetype of this operation is the separation between a group and its dead, or between each of us today and our own deaths. Every form of power will have something of this smell about it, because it is on the manipulation and administration of death that power, in the final analysis, is based. All the agencies of repression and control are installed in this divided space, in the suspense between a life and its proper end, that is, in the production of a literally fantastic and artificial temporality, since at every instant every life has its proper death there already, that is to say, in this same instant lies the finality it attains. The first abstract social time is installed in this rupture of the indivisible unity of life and death, well before abstract social labor time. All the future forms of alienation that Marx denounces, the separations and abstractions of political economy, take root in this separation of death. The economic operation consists in life taking death hostage. This is a residual life which can from now on be read in the operational terms of calculation and value. For example, in Chamiso's The Man Who Lost His Shadow, Peter School-Emile becomes a rich and powerful capitalist once his. Page 130. Page 131. Shadow has been lost. Once death is taken hostage, the pact with the devil is only ever a political economic pact. Life given over to death, the very operation of the symbolic. The exchange of death in the primitive order. Savages have no biological concept of death. Or rather, the biological fact, that is, death, birth or disease, everything that comes from nature and that we accord the privilege of necessity and objectivity, quite simply has no meaning for them. This is absolute disorder, since it cannot be symbolically exchanged, and what cannot be symbolically exchanged constitutes a mortal danger for the group. 7. They are unreconciled, unexpiated, sorcerous, and hostile forces that prowl around the soul and the body, that stalk the living and the dead, defunct, cosmic energies that the group was unable to bring under control through exchange. We have desocialized death by overturning bioanthropological laws, by according it the immunity of science and by making it autonomous, as individual fatality. But the physical materiality of death, which paralyzes us through the objective credence we give it, does not stop the primitives. They have never naturalized death, they know that death, like the body, like the natural event, is a social relation, that its definition is social. In this they are much more materialist than we are, since for them the real materiality of death, like that of the commodity for Marx, lies in its form, which is always the form of a social relation. Instead, all our idealism converges on the illusion of a biological materiality of death, our discourse of reality, which is in fact the discourse of the imaginary, surpasses the primitives in the intervention of the symbolic. Initiation is the accented beat of the operation of the symbolic. It aims neither to conjure death away, nor to overcome it, but to articulate it socially. As R. Jolin describes in La Mort Sera Paris, Plon, 1967, the ancestral group swallows the coys, young initiation candidates, who die symbolically in order to be reborn. Above all, we must avoid understanding this according to the degraded meaning we attach to it, but in the sense that their death becomes the stakes of a reciprocal antagonistic exchange between the ancestors and the living. Further, instead of a break, a social relation between the partners is established, a circulation of gifts and counter-gifts as intense as the circulation of precious goods and women, an incessant play of responses where death can no longer establish itself as end or agency. By offering her a piece of flesh, the brother gives his wife to a dead member of the family, in order to bring him back to life. By nourishing her, this dead man is included in the life of the group. But the exchange is reciprocal. The dead man gives his wife, the clan's land, to a living member of the family in order to come back to life by assimilating himself to her and to bring her back to life by assimilating her to himself. The important moment is when the grand priests, put the koi. Page 131. Page 132. The initiates, to death, so that the latter are then consumed by their ancestors, then the earth gives birth to them as their mother had given birth to them. After having been killed, the initiates are left in the hands of their initiatory, cultural parents, who instruct them, care for them and train them. Initiatory birth. It is clear that the initiation consists in an exchange being established where there had been only a brute fact. They pass from natural, aleatory, and irreversible death to a death that is given and received, and that is therefore reversible in the social exchange, soluble in exchange. At the same time the opposition between birth and death disappears, they can also be exchanged under the form of symbolic reversibility. Initiation is the crucial moment, the social nexus, the darkroom, where birth and death stop being the terms of life and twist into one another again, not towards some mystical fusion, but in this instance to turn the initiate into a real social being. The uninitiated child has only been born biologically, he has only one real father and one real mother. In order to become a social being he must pass through the symbolic event of the initiatory birth/death, he must have gone through the circuit of life and death in order to enter into the symbolic reality of exchange. It is not, in this initiatory test, a matter of staging a second birth to eclipse death. Jolin himself leans towards this interpretation. Society conjured death away, or even opposed it dialectically, in the initiation, to a term of his invention, which it uses and overcomes. To the life and death they are given, men have added initiation, by means of which they transcend the disorder of death. This formula is very beautiful and very ambiguous at the same time, since initiation is not added to the other terms, and it doesn't play life off against death towards a rebirth. We are extremely suspicious of those who triumph over death. It is the splitting of life and death that initiation conjures away, and with it the concomitant fatality which weighs down on life as soon as it is split in this way. For life then becomes this biological irreversibility, this absurd physical destiny. Life has then been lost in advance, since it is condemned to decline with the body. Hence the idealization of one of these terms, birth, and its doubling in resurrection, at the expense of the other, death. This, however, is simply one of our ingrained prejudices concerning the sense or meaning of life. For birth, as an irreversible individual event, is as traumatizing as death. Psychoanalysis puts this differently: birth is a sort of death. And with baptism, Christianity has done nothing more than, through a collective ritual, to define the mortal event of birth. The advent of life is a crime of sorts, if it is not repeated and expiated by a collective simulacrum of death. Life is only a benefit in itself within the calculable order of value. In the symbolic order, life, like everything else, is a crime if it survives unilaterally, if it is not seized and destroyed, given and returned to death. Initiation effaces this crime by resolving the separate event of life and death in one and the same social act of exchange. Page 132. Page 133. Symbolic/real/imaginary. The symbolic is neither a concept, an agency, a category, nor a structure, but an act of exchange in a social relation, which puts an end to the real, which resolves the real, and, at the same time, puts an end to the opposition between the real and the imaginary. The initiatory act is the reverse of our reality principle. It shows that the reality of birth derives solely from the separation of life and death. Even the reality of life itself derives solely from the disjunction of life and death. The effect of the real is only ever therefore the structural effect of the disjunction between two terms, and our famous reality principle, with its normative and repressive implications, is only a generalization of this disjunctive code to all levels. The reality of nature, its objectivity and its materiality, derives solely from the separation of man and nature, of a body and a non-body, as Octavio Paz put it. Even the reality of the body, its material status, derives from the disjunction of a spiritual principle. From discriminating a soul from a body, the symbolic is what puts an end to this disjunctive code into separated terms. It is the utopia that puts an end to the topologies of the soul and the body, man and nature, the real and the non-real, birth and death. In the symbolic operation, the two terms lose their reality. 8. The reality principle is never anything other than the imaginary of the other term. In the man/nature partition, nature, objective, material, is only the imaginary of man thus conceptualized. In the sexual bipartition masculine/feminine, an arbitrary and structural distinction on which the sexual reality, and repression, principle is based, woman thus defined is only ever man's imaginary. Each term of the disjunction excludes the other, which eventually becomes its imaginary. So it is with life and death in our current system, the price we pay for the reality of this life, to live it as a positive value, is the ever-present phantasm of death. For us, defined as living beings, death is our imaginary point. 9. So, all the disjunctions on which the different structures of the real are based, this is not in the least abstract, it is also what separates the teacher from the taught, and on which the reality principle of their relation is based. The same goes for all the social relations we know, have their archetype in the fundamental disjunction of life and death. This is why, in whatever field of reality, every separate term for which the other is its imaginary is haunted by the latter as its own death. Thus the symbolic everywhere puts an end to the fascination with the real and the imaginary, to the closure of the phantasm drawn up by psychoanalysis, but where, at the same time, psychoanalysis locks itself up by establishing, through a considerable quantity of disjunctions, primary and secondary processes, unconscious and conscious, etc., a psychical reality principle of the unconscious inseparable from psychoanalysis's own reality principle, the unconscious as psychoanalysis's reality principle, and thus in which the symbolic cannot but put an end to psychoanalysis. 2.10. Page 133. Page 134. The inevitable exchange. The real event of death is imaginary. Where the imaginary creates a symbolic disorder, initiation restores symbolic order. Incest prohibition does the same thing in the domain of filiation. The group responds to the real, natural, a social event of biological filiation by a system of alliance and the exchange of women. It is essential that everything, women in this case, but otherwise birth and death, becomes available for exchange, that is, comes under the jurisdiction of the group. Incest prohibition, in this sense, is interdependent with and complementary to initiation, in that in the one case young initiates circulate amongst the living adults and the dead ancestors, they are given and returned, whereby they accede to symbolic recognition. In the other case, it is women who circulate, they too only attain real social status once given and returned, instead of being retained by the father or brothers for their own use. Whosoever gives nothing, whether his daughter or his sister, is dead. 11. Incest prohibition lies at the basis of alliances amongst the living. Initiation lies at the basis of alliances amongst the living and the dead. This is the fundamental fact that separates us from the primitives. Exchange does not stop when life comes to an end. Symbolic exchange is halted neither by the living nor by the dead, nor by stones or beasts. This is an Absolute law, obligation and reciprocity are insurmountable. None can withdraw from it, for whom or whatever sake. On pain of death. Death is nothing other than this, taken hostage by the cycle of symbolic exchanges, cf. Marcel Mauss. L'effet physique chez l'individu de l'idée de mort s'exagère par la collectivité, in Sociologie et Anthropologie 4th ed. Paris, Puf. 1968, point 12. But we could also say that this does not separate us from the primitives, and that it is exactly the same for us. Throughout the entire system of political economy, the law of symbolic exchange has not changed one iota. We continue to exchange with the dead, even those denied rest, those for whom rest is prohibited. We simply pay with our own death and our anxiety about death for the rupture of symbolic exchanges with them. It is profoundly similar with inanimate nature and beasts. Only an absurd theory of liberty could claim that we are quits with the dead, since the debt is universal and unceasing. We never manage to return what we have taken for all this liberty. This huge litigation, involving all the obligations and reciprocities that we have denounced, is properly the unconscious. No need for a libido, for desire, for an energetics or for the pulsions and their destinations to give an account of this. The unconscious is social in the sense that it is made up of all that could not be exchanged socially or symbolically. And so it is with death, it is exchanged in any case, and, at best, it will be exchanged in accordance with a social ritual, as with the primitives. At worst, it will be redeemed by an individual labor of mourning. The unconscious is subject in its entirety to the distortion of the death of a symbolic process, exchange, ritual, into an economic process. Page 134. Page 135. Redemption, labor, debt, individual. This entails a considerable difference in enjoyment. We trade with our dead in a kind of melancholy, while the primitives live with their dead under the auspices of the ritual and the feast. The unconscious and the primitive order. The reciprocity of life and death, which entails their exchange in a social cycle instead of being cut up according to biological linearity or the repetition of the phantasm, the reabsorption of the prohibition separating the living from the dead that rebounds so violently on the living. All this puts the very hypothesis of the unconscious into question again. In his Oedipus Africain Paris, Plon, 1969, Edmond Ortigs asks what it means to marry one's mother and to kill one's father. The verb to marry has a different meaning in different contexts. It has not got the same social and psychological content. As for the verb to kill, apparently so clear-cut, are we quite certain that it holds no surprises? What then? Is a dead father in a country where the ancestors are so close to the living? Everything changes, requiring us to re-examine the meaning of each term. In a society under the sway of ancestral law, it is impossible for the individual to kill the father, since, according to the customs of the ancients, the father is always already dead and always still living. To take the father's death upon oneself or to individualize the moral consciousness by reducing paternal authority to that of a mortal, a substitutable person separable from the ancestral altar and from custom, would be to leave the group, to remove oneself from the basis of tribal society. When we talk of the dissolution of the Oedipus complex, we think of an individually experienced drama. But what might this be in a tribal society where the religion of fertility and the ancestors proposes as the explicit basis of the collective tradition? What, for us, the young Oedipus is condemned to live out in his personal phantasms? Therefore, the symbolic function in primitive societies is articulated not through the law of the father and the individual psychical reality principle, but from the outset through a collective principle, through the collective movement of exchanges. In the initiation, we have seen how, by means of a social process, the biological figures of filiation break up. in order to make way for the initiatory parents. These parents are symbolic figures who refer to the socius, that is, to all the fathers and mothers of the clan, and ultimately to the dead fathers, the ancestors, and to the clan's earth mother. The instance of the father does not appear, it is broken down into the collectivity of rival brothers, initiates. Aggressivity will be displaced along a horizontal line, into fraternal rivalry, overcompensated by an extremely powerful solidarity. Ortigs, ibid. Y will be displaced, as if it were normally directed onto the father. Opposed to the Oedipus principle, which corresponds to the negative aspect of incest prohibition, prohibited with the mother and imposed by the father, is, in the positive sense, a principle of the exchange of sisters by brothers. It is the sister, and not the mother, who is at the center of this apparatus, and it is at the level. Page 135. Page 136. Of brothers that the whole social act of exchange is organized. Therefore, no de-socialist Oedipal triangle, no closed familial structure sanctioned by prohibition and the dominant word of the father, but a principle of exchange between peers, on the basis of the challenge and reciprocity, an autonomous principle of social organization. The appearance of the concept of the gift was implemented at the core of one and the same age group in an atmosphere of equality. The sacrifice to which the child consents in the nursery to benefit another child is not of the same order as separation from the mother. Ortigs, ibid. All this tells of a social principle of exchange opposed to a psychical principle of prohibition. All this tells of a symbolic process opposed to an unconscious process. Nowhere in the primitive order, since it is well ventilated and resolutely social, does there emerge the psychically overdetermined biological triad of the family, with the psychical apparatus and the intertwined phantasms, as its double, the whole thing crowned by the fourth purely symbolic term, the phallus. The phallus is strictly necessary in order to introduce a relation to the level of speech, and to make it into a reciprocal law of recognition amongst subjects. It is here, in fact, at least in psychoanalytic theory, that the name of the father, the signifier of the law, is inscribed for us, and alone introduces us into exchange. The famous ploy of the word of the father protects us against mortal fusion with, and absorption by, the desire for the mother. Without the phallus, there is no salvation. The necessity of this law and of a symbolic agency barring the subject, thanks to which the primary repression at the basis of the formation of the unconscious is implemented, by the same token gives the subject access to his own desire. Without this agency to arrange exchanges, without the mediation of the phallus, the subject, incapable of repression, no longer even gains access to the symbolic and sinks into psychosis. Because they were effectively ignorant of this law, and the structure of repression and the unconscious which it entails, we were able to say that primitive societies were psychotic societies. Of course, this is simply our fierce way of abandoning them to their gentle madness, if not to see, as begins to happen in the psychoanalytic West itself, whether psychosis might not conceal a more radical meaning, a more radical symbolicity than we have ever glimpsed under the sign of psychoanalysis. Yes, these societies have access to the symbolic. 13. No, they do not gain access to the symbolic. By means of the intercession of an immutable law, the image of which is sketched in the social order itself, the father, the chief, the signifier and power. The symbolic is not an agency here, so that access to it would be regulated by the mediation of a phallus, an uppercase figure to embody all the metonymic figures of the law. The symbolic is precisely this cycle of exchanges, the cycle of giving and returning, an order born of the very reversibility which escapes the double jurisdiction, the repressed psychical agency, and the transcendent social instance. Point 14. When fathers are exchanged, given, received, and transmitted from one Page 136. Page 137. Generation of initiates to the other in the form of already dead and always living ancestors. The biological father is himself inexchangeable, no one can stand in for him, and his symbolic figure, his word, is immutable, it too remains unexchanged, a word with no response, when the mother, the ancestral grounds put at stake with each successive initiation, is given, received and transmitted. This is also the tribal language, the secret language to which the initiate gains access, by the fathers, then everything the father, the mother, and the word loses its character as a fatal end. Indecipherable agency, even its position in a structure controlled by prohibition, just as birth and death lose their status as fatal events, as necessity, and as law, in the symbolic hyper-event of initiation. If we can speak of a society with neither repression nor unconscious, it is not in order to rediscover some miraculous innocence where the flows of desire roam freely and the primary processes are realized without prohibition. This is an order of the dispirest de foul, an idealism of desire and the libido such as haunts Frudo-Reichian, Frudo-Marxist, and even schizonomadic imaginations, the phantasm of a desire or a machined, unconscious naturalized in order to be liberated. The phantasm of liberty has today been transferred from the spheres of rational thought to those of the irrational, the brute, the primary and the unconscious while, however, remaining a bourgeois problematic, namely the Cartesian and Kantian problematic of freedom and necessity. To put the theory of the unconscious into question is also to put the theory of desire into question, in that here, at the level of an entire civilization, it is always simply a matter of a negative phantasm of the rational order. Hence desire becomes an integral part of our reigning prohibition, its dreamt materiality becomes part of our imaginary. Whether it is dialectically related to the prohibition, as with Oedipus and psychoanalysis, or whether it is exalted in its brute productivity, as in Deleuze and Guattari's Anti-Oedipus, it remains the promise of a savage naturality, the phantasm of an objective, liberatory pulsional energy to be liberated, a force of desire inherited from the mobile field of revolutions. Good old labor force. As we know, the effect of force is always the effect of repression, as the effect of reality is always the effect of the imaginary. We must write the mirror of desire as we have written the mirror of production. An example, primitive cannibalism. Apart from the question of sustenance, this is a problem of the oral drive of devouring, on which there weighs a fundamental, perhaps even the most fundamental, prohibition for us, whereas certain primitives would naively transgress and fulfill their desire through this very process. A postulate, every man would like to devour his fellow man, and when, due to necessity, a Catholic rugby team did just this after their plane crashed in the Cordillera de Andes, the whole world was astonished at this divine resurgence of a nature they thought dead and buried. Even the Pope blessed and exculpated them, so as not to make them into an example. Nevertheless, this is no longer. Page 137. Page 138. Absolutely a crime. And why not, if only by reference to a nature whose consecration, unconscious and psychoanalytic, whose libidinal consecration is today in competition with the sanctity of the divine and the religious. Cannibals themselves do not claim to live in a state of nature, nor in accordance with their desire at all, they quite simply claim, through their cannibalism, to live in a society, the most interesting case being a society that eats its own dead. This is neither due to a vital necessity nor because the dead no longer count for anything, quite the contrary, it is in order to pay homage to them and thus to prevent those left to rot in accordance with the natural order, escaping from the social order, turning against the group and persecuting it. This devouring is a social act, a symbolic act, that aims to maintain a tissue of bonds with the dead man or the enemy they devour. In any case they don't just eat anybody, as we know, whoever is Eaten is always somebody worthy, it is always a mark of respect to devour somebody since, through this, the devoured even becomes sacred. We scorn what we eat, we can only eat what we despise, that is, death, the inanimate, the animal or the vegetable condemned to biological assimilation. We think of anthropophagia as despicable in view of the fact that we despise what we eat, the act of eating and ultimately even our own bodies. Primitive devouring is ignorant of the abstract separation of the eater and the eaten into the active and the passive. Between the two there is a dual mode, combining honor and reciprocity, perhaps even a challenge and a dual tout court, which the eaten can eventually win, cf. the whole ritual of propitiation as regards nourishment. In any event, it is not a mechanical act of absorption. 15. It is not even an absorption of the vital forces, as ethnologists, following the natives, communally claim, merely passing from an alimentary to a magical functionalism. The psychoanalysts adhere to a psychical functionalism of the pulsion. Devouring. No longer just an act of subsistence, nor a transubstantiation of mana benefiting the eater, is a social act, a sacrificial process where the metabolism of the whole group is at stake. Neither the fulfillment of desire nor the assimilation of something or other, it is on the contrary an act of expenditure, consumption, or consummation, and of the transmutation of the flesh into a symbolic relation, the transformation of the body in social exchange. We find the same thing in the Eucharist, but in the abstract form of the sacrament, using the general equivalence of bread and wine. The accursed share consumed here is already considerably sublimated and evangelized. Killing no longer has the same meaning for us. The ritual murder of the king has nothing to do with the psychoanalytic murder of the father. Behind the obligation to expiate the privilege the king retains through death, his murder aims to keep what threatened to accumulate and become fixed on the king's person, status, wealth, women, and power, within the flow of exchanges, within the group's reciprocal movements. His death prevents this accident. This is the essence and function of sacrifice, to extinguish what threatens to fall out of the group's symbolic control and to page 138. Page 139. Bury it under all the weight of the dead. The king must be killed from time to time, along with the phallus which began to rule over her social life. The king's murder does not therefore come from the depths of the unconscious or from the figure of the father, on the contrary, it is our unconscious and its peripeteia that result in the loss of sacrificial mechanisms. We now only conceive of murder within a closed economy, as the phantasmatic murder of the father, that is, as the balance of repression in the law, as the fulfillment of desire and as the regulation of the accounts. The stake is phallic, and it is certain that it is on the basis of repression that, with the death of the father, the phallic peripeteia of the seizure of power enters the game. This is an extremely simplified rewriting of death and murder as repressed aggression, as a violence equivalent to the violence of repression. In the primitive order, murder is neither violence nor an acting out of the unconscious. So for those who kill the king, there is no seizure of power nor any increase in guilt, as there is in the Freudian myth. Neither does the king simply endure this. Instead, he gives his death, returns it in exchange, and marks it with the feast, whereas the phantasmatic murder of the father is lived as the experience of guilt and anxiety. Thus, neither killing nor eating have the same meaning for us, they do not result in a murder pulsion, in an oral sadism, nor in a structure of repression, which alone gives them the meaning they have for us today. They are social acts that rigorously follow the apparatus of symbolic obligation. Amongst other things, they never have the unilateral meaning in which all the aggression at the basis of our culture is expressed: killing, eating, I kill, I eat, you are killed, you are eaten. The unconscious and all its phantasms, and their psychoanalytic theory, presuppose the acknowledgement of this disjunction, the repression of ambivalence, the restitution of which, under whatever form it may be, in the symbolic process, puts an end to the jurisdiction of the unconscious. Killing, possessing, devouring, the entirety of our individual unconscious is organized around these terms and the phantasmas that surround them, under the sign of repression. Giving, returning, exchanging with the primitives, everything operates in the manifest collective exchange. Around these three terms, in the myths that underlie them, each of these verbs of the unconscious presupposes a break, a rupture, the bar we find everywhere in psychoanalysis. Along with the guilt it gives rise to, the play and the repetition of the prohibition. The verbs of the symbolic assume on the contrary a reversibility, an indefinite cyclical transition. Above all, however, the radical difference lies in the autonomization of a psychical sphere. Something operates collectively in primitive societies, the repression of which works for us solely on the agency of the psychical apparatus and the unconscious. The ritual is utterly different to the phantasm, as is the myth from the unconscious. All the analogies on which anthropology and psychoanalysis play are profound mystifications. Page 139. Page 140. The distortion that psychoanalysis submits primitive societies to is of the same order, but in the opposite sense than what they have to endure under Marxist analysis. 1. For the anthropo-Marxists, the economic instance is also present and determinant in the type of society, it is merely hidden, latent, whereas for us it is manifest. This difference is judged to be secondary, however, the analysis does not stop and passes without meeting any opposition onto its materialist discourse. 2. For the anthropo-psychoanalysts, the agency of the unconscious is also present and determinant in this type of society. It is simply manifested, externalized, whereas for us it is latent, repressed. This difference remains inessential, however. And the analysis continues without disguising its discourse in terms of the unconscious. On both sides there is the same misrecognition mechanisms of this apparently minuscule difference, for one and the same structure, the economy or the unconscious, we pass from primitive formations to our own, now from the manifest to the hidden, now the reverse. Only our own metaphysics could neglect this detail, in the illusion that the content remains the same. But this is radically false. When the economic is hidden behind other structures, it quite simply ceases to exist, it provides no account of anything, it is nothing. On the other hand, when the unconscious is manifest, when it becomes a manifest and articulated structure, it is no longer unconscious at all. A psychical structure and a process based on repression have no meaning in the other, ritual and non-psychical configuration of an overt resolution of signs. Everything changes when we pass from the latent to the manifest, and from the manifest to the latent. 16. This is why, against Marxist and psychoanalytic misrecognition, we must start over again beginning from this displacement. We will come to see that the impossibility of locating and specifying the economic is due precisely to the symbolic, and that the possibility of overtly manifesting something unconscious, but which by this very fact ceases to be so, is also due to the symbolic. The double and the split. The figure of the double, intimately bound up with figures of death and magic, poses in itself all the problems of psychological and psychoanalytic interpretation. Shadow, specter, reflection, image, a material spirit almost remains visible, the primitive double generally passes for the crude prefiguration of the soul and consciousness in accordance with an increasing sublimation and a spiritual hominization, as in Teilhard de Chardin, towards the apogee of a single God and a universal morality. But this single God has everything to do with the form of a unified political power, and nothing to. Page 140. Page 141. Do with the primitive gods. In the same way, soul and consciousness have everything to do with the principle of the subject's unification, and nothing to do with the primitive double. On the contrary, the historical advent of the soul puts an end to a proliferating exchange with spirits and doubles which, as an indirect consequence, gives rise to another figure of the double, wending its diabolical way just beneath the surface of Western reason. Once again, this figure has everything to do with the Western figure of alienation, and nothing to do with the primitive double. The telescoping of the two under the sign of psychology, conscious or unconscious, is only a misleading rewriting. Between the primitive and its double, there is neither a mirror relation nor one of abstraction, as there is between the subject and its spiritual principle, the soul, or between the subject and its moral and psychological principle, consciousness. There is no sign of such a reason common to both the primitive and its double, no relation of ideal equivalence that structures the subject for us to the point of splitting it. The double is no longer a fantastic ectoplasm, an archaic resurgence issuing from guilt and the depths of the unconscious. We will come back to this. The double, like the dead man is the double of the living, the double is the familiar living figure of the dead, is a partner with whom the primitive has a personal and concrete relationship, sometimes happy, sometimes not, a certain type of visible exchange, word, gesture, and ritual, with an invisible part of himself. We cannot speak of alienation here, for the subject is only alienated, like we are, when he internalizes an abstract agency, issuing from the other world, as Nietzsche said, whether psychological, the ego and the ego ideal, religious, God and the soul, or moral, conscience and the law, an irreconcilable agency to which everything else is subordinated. Historically then, alienation begins with the internalization of the master by the emancipated slave. There is no alienation as long as the dual relation of the master and the slave lasts. The primitive has a non-alienated dual relation with his double. He really can trade, as we are forever forbidden to do, with his shadow, the real shadow, not a metaphor, as with some original, living thing, in order to converse, protect and conciliate this tutelary or hostile shadow. The shadow is precisely not the reflection of an original body, it has a full part to play, and is consequently not an alienated part of the subject, but one of the figures of exchange. In another context, this is precisely what poets find when they question their own body, or interpellate words in language. To speak to one's body and to speak to language in a dual mode beyond the active and the passive, my body speaks to me, language speaks to me, to make each fragment of the body and each fragment of language autonomous, like a living being, capable of responding and exchanging, is to bring about the end of separation and the split, which is only the submissive equivalence of each part of the body to the principle of the subject, and the submissive equivalence of each fragment of language to the code of language. Page 141. Page 142. The status of the double, as well as that of spirits and gods, which are also real, living, and different beings, not idealized essences, in primitive society is therefore the inverse of our alienation. One being multiplies into innumerable others just as alive as the first, whereas the unified, individual subject can only confront itself in alienation and death. With the internalization of the soul and consciousness, the principle of identity and equivalence, the subject undergoes a real confinement, similar to the confinement of the mad in the 17th century as described by Foucault. It is at this point that the primitive thought of the double as continuity and exchange is lost, and the haunting double comes to the fore as the subject's discontinuity in death and madness. Whoever sees his double, sees his death. A vengeful and vampiric double, an unquiet soul, the double begins to prefigure the subject's death, haunting him in the very midst of his life. This is Dostoevsky's double, or Peter Schlemil's, the man who lost his shadow. We have always interpreted this double as a metaphor of the soul, consciousness, native soil, and so on. Without this incurable idealism and without being taken as a metaphor, the narrative is so much more extraordinary. We have all lost our real shadows, we no longer speak to them, and our bodies have left with them. To lose one's shadow is already to forget one's body. Conversely, when the shadow grows and becomes an autonomous power, as with the mirror image in The Student of Prague, which has the effect of the devil and dementia, it is so as to devour the subject who has lost it. It is a murderous shadow, the image of all the rejected and forgotten dead who, as is quite normal, never accept being nothing in the eyes of the living. Our entire culture is full of this haunting of the separated double, even in its most subtle form, as Freud gave it in Das Unheimlich, the uncanny, disturbing strangeness or disturbing familiarity, the anxiety that wells up around the most familiar things. Here the vertigo of separation builds up to its greatest intensity, since this is its simplest form. There comes a moment, in fact, when the things closest to us, such as our own bodies, the body itself, our voice and our appearance, are separated from us to the precise extent that we internalize the soul, or any other equivalent agency or abstraction, as the ideal principle of subjectivity. This is what kills off the proliferation of doubles and spirits, consigning them once again to the spectral, embryonic corridors of unconscious folklore, like the ancient gods that Christianity verturfelt, that is, transformed into demons. By a final ruse of spirituality, this internalization also psychologizes doubles. In fact, it is interpretation in terms of an archaic psychical apparatus that is the very last form of the Verturflung, the demonic corruption and elimination of the primitive double, projection of the guilt attached to the phantasmatic murder of the other, the close relative, in accordance with the magic of the omnipotence of ideas, Allmacht der Gedanken, the return of the repressed, etc. In the uncanny, Freud writes. Page 142. Page 143. Our analysis of instances of the uncanny has led us back to the old, animistic conception of the universe. This was characterized by the idea that the world was peopled with the spirits of human beings, by the subject's narcissistic overvaluation of his own mental processes, by the belief in the omnipotence of thoughts and the technique of magic based on that belief, by the attribution to various outside persons and things of carefully graded magical powers, or mana, as well as by all the other creations with the help of which man, in the unrestricted narcissism of that stage of development, strove to fend off the manifest prohibitions of reality. It seems as if each one of us has been through a phase of individual development corresponding to the animistic stage in primitive men, that none of us has passed through it without preserving certain residues and traces of it, which are still capable of manifesting themselves, and that everything which now strikes us as uncanny fulfills the condition of touching those residues of animistic mental activity within us and bringing them back to expression. Standard Edition, Volume 17, 1955, pages 2401. This is how psychology, our authority in the depths, our own next world, this omnipotence, magical narcissism, fear of the dead, 17 this animism or primitive psychical apparatus, is quietly palmed off on the savages in order then to recuperate them for ourselves as archaic traces. Freud does not think this is what he said in speaking of narcissistic overvaluation of mental processes. If there is such an overvaluation of one's own mental processes, to the point of exporting this theory, as we have done with our morality and techniques, to the core of every culture, then it is Freud's overvaluation, along with our whole psychologistic culture. The jurisdiction of the psychological discourse over all symbolic practices, such as the dazzling practices of the savages, death, the double and magic, but also over our current symbolic practices, is even more dangerous than that of the economistic discourse. It is of the same order as the Repressive jurisdiction of the soul and consciousness over the body's entire symbolic potential. Psychoanalysis says, reinterpretation of the symbolic is a reductive operation. Since we live under the unconscious, but is this the case? Isn't it? Our own myth, marking out and even participating in repression, a repressed thought of repression, we believe that we are justified in extending the jurisdiction of psychical history as we used to do with history itself, to every possible configuration. The unconscious, and the psychical order in general, becomes the insurmountable agency, giving the feudal right of trespass over every previous individual and social formation. This imaginary also spreads into the future. However, if the unconscious is our modern myth, and psychoanalysis its prophet, the liberation of the unconscious, desiring revolution, is its millennial heresy. The idea of the unconscious, like the idea of consciousness, remains an idea of discontinuity and rupture. Put simply, it substitutes the irreversibility of a lost object and a subject forever missing itself, for the positivity of the object and the conscious subject. However decentered, the subject remains within the orbit of Western thought, with its successive topologies, hell/heaven subject/nature conscious/unconscious, where the fragmented subject can only dream of a lost continuity. 18 It will never get back to, or catch up with rejoinder utopia, which is not at all the phantasm. Page 143. Page 144. Of a lost order, but, contrary to all the topologies of discontinuity and repression, the idea of a dueling order, of reversibility, of a symbolic order, in the strong etymological sense of the term, where, for example, death is not a separate space, where neither the subject's own body nor its own shadow are separate spaces, where there is no death putting an end to the history of the body, where there is no bar putting an end to the ambivalence of the subject and the object, where there is neither a beyond, survival and death, nor an on this side, the unconscious and the lost object. Only an immediate, non-phantasmatic actualization of symbolic reciprocity. This utopian idea is not fusional, only nostalgia engenders fusional utopias. There is no nostalgia here, nor is anything lost, separated, or unconscious. Everything is already there, reversible and sacrificed. Political economy and death. We do not die because we must, we die because it is a habit, to which one day, not so long ago, our thoughts became bound. Raoul Vaneagem. Den Goitern ist der Tod immer im Vorurteil. To the gods, death is only ever a prejudice. F.W. Nietzsche. As a universal of the human condition, death exists only when society discriminates against the dead. The institution of death, like that of the afterlife and immortality, is a recent victory for the political rationalism of castes, priests, and the Church. Their power is based on the management of the imaginary sphere of death. As regards the disappearance of the religious afterlife, it is the even more recent victory for the state's political rationality. When the afterlife fades in the face of the advances made by materialist reason, it is quite simply because it has crossed over into life itself. The power of the state is based on the management of life as the objective afterlife. In this, it is more powerful than the Church, since the abstract power of the state is increased not by an imaginary beyond, but by the imaginary of life itself. It relies on secularis death, the transcendence of the social, and its force derives from the mortal abstraction it embodies. Just as medicine is the management of the corpse, so the state is the management of the dead body of the socius. From the start, the Church was established on the bipartition of survival, or the afterlife, from life, the earthly world and the kingdom of heaven. It kept a jealous watch over this partition, for if the distance disappeared, its power would be at an end. The Church lives in the deferred eternity, as the state lives in deferred society, as revolutionaries live in the deferred revolution, all are living in death, that it had so much trouble imposing. All primitive Christianity, and later popular, messianic, and heretical Christianity, lived in the hope of parousia, in the necessity of the immediate realization of the kingdom of God. Cf. W. E. Mohlman. Page 144. Page 145. Les Messianismes Révolutionnaires TRJB, 1968. The mad Christians did not at first believe in a heaven and hell in the beyond. Their vision implied the pure and simple resolution of death in the collective will for immediate eternity. They great Manichaean heresies that threatened the foundations of the Church hold the same principle, since they interpret this world as an antagonistic duality, a here and a there, of the principles of good and evil. Impiously, they bring heaven and hell down to earth. For having effaced the glaze of the beyond, they were ferociously suppressed, as were the spiritualist heretics of the Saint Francis of Assisi or the Joachim of Fiore type, whose radical charity amounted to establishing a total community on this earth and thus sparing the last judgment. The Cathars also set their sights a little too much on achieved perfection in the inseparability of body and soul, the imminence of salvation in collective faith, which made a joke of the Church's power of death. Throughout its history, the Church has had to dismantle the primitive community, which had a tendency to seek salvation in the intense reciprocity with which it was shot through and on which it drew for its own energy. Against the abstract universality of God and the Church, sects and communities practiced the self-management of salvation, which then consisted in the group's symbolic exaltation, finally turning into a deadly vertigo. The Church's sole condition of possibility is the incessant elimination of this symbolic demand. This is also the state's sole condition of possibility. At this point, political economy enters the arena. To counter the dazzling sight of earthly communities, the Church imposes a political economy of individual salvation. First through faith, which became the soul's personal relation to God instead of the effervescent community, then through the accumulation of works and merits, that is, an economy in the strict sense of the term, with its final account and its equivalences. It is then, as always since the appearance of processes of accumulation, 19 that death really arose at the horizon of life. It is then that the kingdom really passes to the other side of death, before which everyone finds themselves alone once again. Wherever it goes, Christianity trails with it the fascination with suffering, solitude and death involved in the destruction of archaic communities. In the completed form of the religious universal, as in the economic capital, everyone finds themselves alone again. With the 16th century, the modern figure of death was generalized. The Counter-Reformation, the funereal and obsessional games of the Baroque, and especially Protestantism, by individualizing conscience before God and disinvesting collective ceremonials, brought about the progress of the individual's anguish of death. It also gave rise to the immense modern enterprise of staving off death, the ethics of accumulation and material production, sacralization. Through investment, the labor and profit collectively called the spirit of capitalism, Max Weber, the Protestant work ethic. T. Parsons, London, Routledge, 1992, constructed a salvation machine from which interworldly ascesis is little by. Page 145. Page 146. Little withdrawn in the interests of worldly and productive accumulation, without changing the aim of protecting itself against death. With the turn of the 16th century, the vision and iconography of death in the Middle Ages was still folkloric and joyous. There is a collective theatre of death, which was not yet buried in individual consciousness, nor, as later, in the unconscious. In the 15th century, death also inspired the great messianic and egalitarian festival of the Dance of Death. Kings, bishops, princes, townsfolk, and villagers are all equal in the face of death, by way of a challenge to the unequal order of birth, wealth, and power. This was the last great movement that death was able to appear as an offensive myth, and as collective speech, since, as we know, death has become an individual, tragic 20 thought of the law de droit, a reactionary thought as regards revolt and social revolutionary movements. Our death was really born in the 16th century. It has lost its scythe and its clock, it has lost the apocalyptic horseman and the grotesque and macabre plays of the Middle Ages. Again, all this came from folklore and festival, in which death was still exchanged, not of course with the primitive's symbolic efficacy, but at least as the collective phantasm on cathedral pediments and in the divided operations of hell. We could even say that pleasure is possible, insofar as there is a hell. Its disappearance from the imaginary is only the sign of its psychological interiorization. Death ceases to be the grim reaper, and becomes an anguish concerning death. More subtle and more scientific generations of priests and sorcerers will flourish on this psychological hell. With the disintegration of traditional Christian and feudal communities through bourgeois reason and the nascent system of political economy, death is no longer divided. It is cast in the image of the material goods which, as in previous exchanges, begin to circulate less between inseparable partners. It is always more or less a community or a clan who exchange, and increasingly under the sign of a general equivalent. In the capitalist mode, everyone is alone before the general equivalent. It is no coincidence that, in the same way, everyone finds themselves alone before death, since death is general equivalence. From this point on, the obsession with death and the will to abolish death through accumulation become the fundamental motor of the rationality of political economy. Value, in particular time as value, is accumulated in the phantasm of death. Deferred, pending the term of a linear infinity of value. Even those who no longer believe in a personal eternity believe in the infinity of time as they do in a species capital of double compound interests. The infinity of capital passes into the infinity of time, the eternity of a productive system no longer familiar with the reversibility of gift exchange, but instead with the irreversibility of quantitative growth. The accumulation of time imposes the idea of progress, as the accumulation of science imposes the idea of truth. In each case, what is accumulated is no longer symbolically exchanged, but becomes an objective dimension. Ultimately, the total objectivity of time, like total accumulation, is the page 146. Page 147. Total impossibility of symbolic exchange, that is, death. Hence the absolute impasse of political economy, which intends to eliminate death through accumulation. The time of accumulation is the time of death itself. We cannot hope for a dialectical revolution at the end of this process of spiraling hoarding. We already know that the economic rationalization of exchange, the market, is the social form which produces scarcity. Marshall Solons, The Original Affluent Society, in Stone Age Economics, Chicago, Aldine and Atherton, 1972. Similarly, the infinite accumulation of time as value under the sign of general equivalence entails the absolute scarcity of time, that is death. A contradiction in capitalism? No, communism in this instance is in solidarity with political economy, since, in accordance with the same fantastic schema of an eternal accumulation of productive forces, communism too aims for the abolition of death. Only its total ignorance of death, save perhaps as a hostile horizon to be conquered by science and technics, has protected it up to now from the worst contradictions. For nothing can will the abolition of the law of value. If you want to abolish death, that is, to preserve life as absolute value, at the same time, life itself must leave the law of value and achieve a successful exchange against death. The materialists, with their idealistic life expurgated of death, a life free at last of all ambivalence, hardly trouble themselves with this. 21. Our whole culture is just one huge effort to dissociate life and death, to ward off the ambivalence of death in the interests of life as value, and time as the general equivalent. The elimination of death is our phantasm, and ramifies in every direction, for religion, the afterlife, and immortality, for science, truth, and for economics, productivity and accumulation. No other culture had this distinctive opposition of life and death in the interests of life as positivity, life as accumulation, death as due payment. No other culture had this impasse. As soon as the ambivalence of life and death and the symbolic reversibility of death comes to an end, we enter into a process of accumulation of life as value, but by the same token, we also enter the field of the equivalent production of death. So life become value is constantly perverted by the equivalent death. Death, at the same instant, becomes the object of a perverse desire. Desire invests the very separation of life and death. This is the only way that we can speak of a death drive. This is the only way we can speak of the unconscious, for the unconscious is only the accumulation of equivalent death, the death that is no longer exchanged and can only be cashed out in the phantasm. The symbolic is the inverse dream of an end of accumulation and a possible reversibility of death in exchange. Symbolic death, which has not undergone the imaginary disjunction of life and death which is at the origin of the reality of death, is exchanged in a social ritual of feasting. Imaginary real death, our own, can only be redeemed through the individual work of mourning, which the subject carries out over the death of others and over himself from the start. Page 147. Page 148. Of his own life. This work of mourning has fueled Western metaphysics of death since Christianity, even in the metaphysical concept of the death drive. The death drive. With Freud we pass from philosophical death and the drama of consciousness to death as a pulsional process inscribed in the unconscious order, from a metaphysics of anguish to a metaphysics of the pulsion. It's just as if death, liberated from the subject, at last gained its status as an objective finality, the pulsional energy of death or the principle of psychical functioning. Death, by becoming a pulsion, does not cease to be a finality, it is even the only end from this standpoint. The proposition of the death drive signifies an extraordinary simplification of finalities, since even eros is subordinate to it. But this finality sinks, and is inscribed in the unconscious. Now this sinking of death into the unconscious coincides with the sinking of the dominant system. Death becomes simultaneously a principle of psychical functioning and the reality principle of our social formations, through the immense repressive mobilization of labor and production. In other words, with the death drive, Freud installs the process of repetition at the core of objective determinations, at the very moment when the general system of production passes into pure and simple reproduction. This coincidence is extraordinary, since we are much more interested in a genealogy of the concept of the death drive than in its metaphysical status. Is the death drive an anthropological discovery which supplants all the others, and which can from now on provide a universal explanatory principle? We can imagine political economy entirely governed and engendered by the death drive, or is it produced at a given moment in relation to a particular configuration of the system? In this case, its radical nature is simply the radical nature of the system itself, and the concept merely sanctions a culture of death by giving it the label of a trans-historical pulsion. This operation is characteristic of all idealist thought, but we refuse to admit this with Freud. With Freud, as with Marx, Western reason will stop rationalizing and idealizing its own principles, it will even stop idealizing reality through its critical effect of objectivity. Ultimately, reality will designate unsurpassable pulsional or economic structures, thus the death drive as the eternal process of desire. But how is it that this proposition is itself not a Matter of a secondary elaboration? It is true that, at first, the death drive breaks with Western thought. From Christianity to Marxism and existentialism. Either death is openly denied and sublimated, or it is dialecticized. In Marxist theory and practice, death is already conquered in the being of the class, or it is integrated as historical negativity. In more general terms, the whole Western practice of the domination of nature and the sublimation of. Page 148. Page 149. Aggression in production and accumulation is characterized as constructive eros. Eros makes use of sublimated aggression for its own ends and, in the movement of becoming, this applies just as much to political economy. Death is distilled as negativity into homeopathic doses. Not even the modern philosophies of being towards death reverse this tendency. Here death serves as a tragic haunting of the subject, sealing its absurd liberty. 22. In Freud it is quite another matter. A dialectic with the death drive is no longer possible, there is no longer any sublimation, even if it is tragic. For the first time, death appeared as an indestructible principle, in opposition to eros. The subject, class and history are irrelevant in this regard, the irreducible duality of the two pulsions, eros and thanatos. Ruakens the ancient Manichaean version of the world, the endless antagonism of the twin principles of good and evil. This very powerful vision comes from the ancient cults where the basic intuition of a specificity of evil and death was still strong. This was unbearable to the Church, who will take centuries to exterminate it and impose the preeminent principle of the good, God, reducing evil and death to a negative principle, dialectically subordinate to the other, the devil. But there is always the nightmare of Lucifer's autonomy, the archangel of evil, in all their forms, as popular heresies and superstitions that always have a tendency to take the existence of a principle of evil literally and hence to form cults around it, even including black magic and Jansenist theory, not to mention the Cathars, which will haunt the Church day and night. It opposes the dialectic as an institutional theory and as a deterrent to a radical, dualistic and Manichaean concept of death. History will bring victory to the Church and the dialectic, including the materialist dialectic. In this sense, Freud breaks quite profoundly with Christian and Western metaphysics. The duality of the life and death instincts corresponds more precisely to Freud's position in Beyond the Pleasure principle. In Civilization and its Discontents, the duality completes itself in a cycle dominated solely by the death drive. Eros is nothing but an immense detour taken by culture towards death, which subordinates everything to its own ends. But this last version does not, however, revert to an inverted dialectic between the two terms of the duality, since dialectics can only be the constructive becoming of Eros, whose goal is to establish ever larger unities and to bind and regulate energies. Two principal characteristics oppose the death drive to this. 1. It dissolves assemblages, unbinds energy, and undoes Eros's organic discourse by returning things to an inorganic, ungebundan state, in a certain sense, to utopia as opposed to the articulate and constructive topics of Eros. Entropy of death, negentropy of Eros. 2. This power of disintegration, disarticulation, and defection implies a radical counterfinality in the form of an involution towards the prior, inorganic state. The compulsion to repeat, Wiederholungswang, or the tendency to reproduce and revive even those past events that involve no satisfaction whatsoever, is primarily, for every living being, the tendency. Page 149. Page 150. To reproduce the non-event of a prior inorganic state of things, that is to say, death. It is thus always as a repetitive cycle that death comes to dismantle the constructive, linear, or dialectical finalities of Eros. The viscosity of the death drive and the elasticity of the inorganic is everywhere victorious in its resistance to the structuration of life. In the proposed death drive, therefore, whether in its dual form or in the incessant and destructive counterfinality of repetition, there is something irreducible to all the intellectual apparatuses of Western thought. Freud's thought acts fundamentally as the death drive in the Western theoretical universe. But then, of course, it is absurd to give it the constructive status of truth. The reality of the death instinct is indefensible. To remain faithful to the intuition of the death drive, it must remain a deconstructive hypothesis, that is, it must be adopted solely within the limits of the deconstruction that it carries out on all prior thought. As a concept, however, it too must be immediately deconstructed. We cannot think, other than as the ultimate subterfuge of reason, that the principle of deconstruction is all that escapes it. The death drive must be defended against every attempt to redialecticize it into a new constructive edifice. Marcuse is a good example of this. Concerning repression through death, he writes, theology and philosophy today compete with each other in celebrating death as an existential category. Perverting a biological fact into an ontological essence, they bestow transcendental blessing on the guilt of mankind which they help to perpetuate. Eros and Civilization, London. Sphere, 1970, p. 188. Thus it is for surplus repression. As for fundamental repression, the brute fact of death denies once and for all the reality of a non-repressive existence. For death is the final negativity of time, but joy wants eternity. Time has no power over the ID, the original domain of the pleasure principle. But the ego, through which alone pleasure becomes real, is in its entirety subject to time. The mere anticipation of the inevitable end, present in every instant, introduces a repressive element into all libidinal relations. Ibid. p. 185. We will overlook the brute fact of death. It is never a brute fact, only a social relation is repressive. What is most curious is the way in which death's primal repression exchanges signs with the liberation of Eros. The death instinct operates under the nirvana principle, it tends towards a state without want. This trend of this instinct implies that its destructive manifestations would be minimized as it approached such a state. If the instinct's basic objective is not the termination of life but of pain, the absence of tension, then paradoxically, in terms of the instinct, the conflict between life and death is the more reduced, the closer life approximates the state of gratification. Eros, freed from surplus repression, would be strengthened, and the strengthened Eros would, as it were, absorb the objective of the death instinct. The instinctual value of death would have changed. Ibid. p. 187, J.B.S. emphasis. Thus we will be able to change the instinct and triumph over the brute fact, in accordance with good old idealist philosophy of freedom and necessity. Death can become a token of freedom. The necessity of death does not refute. Page 150. Page 151. The possibility of final liberation. Like the other necessities, it can be made rational painless. Ibid. p. 188. The Marcusean dialectic therefore implies the total restoration of the death drive, in Eros and Civilization. However, this passage is immediately followed by the critique of Neo-Freudian revisionism, thus limiting the resistances this concept provokes in pious souls. Here again, it is not too much for dialectics the liberation of Eros in this instance, in others the liberation of the forces of production to bring about the end of death. The death drive is irritating, because it does not allow of any dialectical recovery. This is where its radicalism lies. But the panic it provokes does not confer the status of truth on it. We must wonder if, in the final instance, it is not itself a rationalization of death. This is first of all the conviction that we hear in Freud. Elsewhere he will talk of a speculative hypothesis. The dominating tendency of mental life is the effort to reduce to keep constant or to remove internal tension. Due to stimuli, the nirvana principle, to borrow a term from Baudrillard, which is one of our strongest reasons for believing in the existence of death instincts. Beyond the pleasure principle, in Standard Edition, Vol. 18, 1955, pages 55-6. Why, then, all Freud's efforts to ground the death instinct in biological rationality, Weissmann's analysis, etc.? This positivist effort is generally deplored, a little like Engels' attempt to dialecticize nature that we agree to ignore out of affection for him. However, if we are to take it as a truth that knows no exception that everything living dies for internal reasons becomes inorganic once again, then we shall be compelled to say that the aim of all life is death and, looking backwards, that inanimate things existed before living ones. Thus these guardians of life instincts, too, were originally the myrmidons of death. Ibid, p. 38. It is difficult to rid the death drive of positivism here in order to turn it into a speculative hypothesis or purely and simply a principle of psychical functioning. J. B. Pont Alice, Lark, 34, 1968. Moreover, at this level there is no longer any real pulsional duality, death alone is finality. But it is this finality that in turn poses a crucial problem, since it inscribes death as anterior, as psychical and organic destiny, almost like programming or genetic code, in short, as a positivity that, unless we believe in the scientific reality of this pulsion, we can only take it as a myth. We can only set Freud against what he himself says. The theory of the drives is, so to say, our mythology. Drives are mythical entities, magnificent in their indefiniteness. New Introductory Lectures, in Standard Edition, Volume 22, 1964, p. 95. If the death drive is a myth, then this is how we will interpret it. We will interpret the death drive, and the concept of the unconscious itself, as myths, and no longer take account of their effects or their efforts at truth. A myth recounts something, not so much in the content as in the form of its discourse. Let's make a bet that, under the metaphoric species of sexuality, page 151, page 152, and death, psychoanalysis tells us something concerning the fundamental organization of our culture, that when the myth is no longer told, when it establishes its fables as axioms, it loses the magnificent indefiniteness that Freud spoke of. The concept is only the residue of a metaphor, as Nietzsche said. Let's bet then on the metaphor of the unconscious, on the metaphor of the death drive. Eros in the service of death, all cultural sublimation as a long detour to death, the death drive nourishing repressive violence and presiding over culture like a ferocious superego, the forces of life inscribed in the compulsion to repeat, all. This is true, but true of our culture. Death undertakes to abolish death and, for this very purpose, erects death above death, and is haunted by it as its own end. The term pulsion or drive is stated metaphorically, designating the contemporary phase of the political economic system. Does it then remain political economy, where the law of value, in its most terroristic structural form, reaches completion in the pure and simple compulsive reproduction of the code, where the law of value appears to be a finality as irreversible as a pulsion, so that it takes on the figure of a destiny for our culture? Stage of the imminent repetition of one and the same law, insisting on its own end, caught, totally invested by death as objective finality, and total subversion by the death drive as a deconstructive process. The metaphor of the death drive says all of this simultaneously, for the death drive is at the same time the system and the system's double, its doubling into a radical counter-finality, see the double, and its worrying strangeness, das Unheimlich. This is what the myth recounts. But let's see what happens when it sets itself up as the objective discourse of the pulsion. With the term pulsion, which has both a biological and a psychical definition, psychoanalysis settles down into categories that come straight from the imaginary of a certain Western reason. Far from radically contradicting this latter, it must then interpret itself as a moment of Western thought. As for the biological, it is clear that scientific rationality produces the distinction of the living and the non-living on which biology is based. Science, producing itself as a code, on the one hand literally produces the dead, the non-living, as a conceptual object, and, on the other, produces the separation of the dead as an axiom from which science can be legitimated. The only good, scientific, object, just like the only good Indian, is a dead one. Now it is this inorganic state to which the death drive is oriented, to the non-living status that only comes about through the arbitrary decrees of science and, when all's said and done, through its own phantasm of repression and death. Ultimately, being nothing but the cyclical repetition of the non-living, the death drive contributes to biology's arbitrariness, doubling it through a psychoanalytic route. But not every culture produces a separate concept of the non-living, only our culture produces it, under the sign of biology. Thus, suspending the discrimination would be enough to invalidate the concept of the death drive, which is ultimately only a theoretical agreement between the living and the dead, with the sole result that page 152. Page 153. Science loses its footing amongst all the attempts at articulation. The non-living is always permanently sweeping science along into the axiomatics of a system of death. C. J. Monod, Chance and Necessity. T. R. Austin Wainhouse, London. Collins, 1970. The problem is the same as regards the psychical, putting the whole of psychoanalysis into question. We must ask ourselves when and why our system began to produce the psychical. The psychical has only recently become autonomous, doubling biology's autonomy at a higher level. This time the line passes between the organic, the somatic, and something else. There is nothing psychical save on the basis of this distinction. Hence the ensuing insoluble difficulty of linking the two parts together again. The precise result of this is the concept of the pulsion, which is intended to form a bridge between the two, but which merely contributes to the arbitrariness of each. Here the metapsychology of the pulsion reverts to mind-body metaphysics, rewriting it at a more advanced stage. The separated order of the psychical results from our precipitate desire, in our conscious or unconscious heart of hearts, for everything that the system prohibits from collective and symbolic exchange. It is an order of the repressed. It is hardly astonishing that this order is governed by the death drive, since it is nothing but the precipitate individual of an order of death. Psychoanalysis, like every other discipline, theorizes the death drive as such within its own order, and so merely sanctions this mortal discrimination. Conscious, unconscious, superego, guilt, repression, primary and secondary processes, phantasm, neurosis and psychosis. Yes, all this works very well if we consent to the circumscription of the psychical as such, which circumscription produces our system, not just any system, as the immediate and fundamental form of intelligibility, that is to say, as code. The omnipotence of the code is precisely the inscription of separate spheres, which then justifies a specialized investigation in a sovereign science, but it is undoubtedly the psychical that has the best future. All the savage, errant, transversal, and symbolic processes will be inscribed and domesticated within it, in the name of the unconscious itself, which, like an unexpected joke, is generally considered today as the leitmotif of radical liberation. Death itself will be domesticated under the sign of the death drive. In fact, the death drive must be interpreted against Freud and psychoanalysis if we wish to retain its radically. The death drive must be understood as acting against the scientific positivity of the psychoanalytic apparatus as developed by Freud. The death drive is not just the limit of psychoanalysis's formulations nor its most radical conclusion, it is its reversal, and those who have rejected the concept of the death drive have, in a certain sense, a more accurate view than those who take it, as even Freud himself did, in their psychoanalytic stride without, perhaps, understanding what he had said. The death drive effectively goes far beyond all previous points of view and renders all previous apparatuses, whether page 153, page 154, economic, energetic, topological, or even the psychical apparatus itself, useless. All the more reason, of course, for the pulsional logic it draws on, inherited from the scientific mythology of the 19th century. Perhaps Lacan guessed this when he spoke of the irony of the concept of the death drive, of the unheard of and insoluble paradox that it poses. Historically, psychoanalysis has taken the view that this is its strangest offspring, but death does not allow itself to be caught in the mirror of psychoanalysis. It acts as a total, radical, functional principle, and has no need of the mirror, repression, nor even a libidinal economy. It merely meanders through successive topologies and energetic calculi, ultimately forming the economics of the unconscious itself, denouncing all that as well as Eros's positive machinery, as the positive interpreting machine that it disrupts and dismantles like any other. A principle of counter-finality, a radical, speculative hypothesis, meta-economic, metapsychical, meta-energetic, metapsychoanalytic, the death drive is beyond the unconscious, it must be wrested from psychoanalysis and turned against it. Death in Baudrillard. Despite its radically, the psychoanalytic vision of death remains an insufficient vision, the pulsions are constrained by repetition, its perspective bears on a final equilibrium within the inorganic continuum, eliminating differences and intensities following an involution towards the lowest point, an entropy of death, pulsional conservatism, equilibrium in the absence of nirvana. This theory manifests certain affinities with Malthusian political economy, the objective of which is to protect oneself against death. For political economy only exists by default, death is its blind spot, the absence haunting all its calculations. And the absence of death alone permits the exchange of values and the play of equivalences. An infinitesimal injection of death would immediately create such excess and ambivalence that the play of value would completely collapse. Political economy is an economy of death, because it economizes on death and buries it under its discourse. The death drive falls into the opposite category, it is the discourse of death as the insurmountable finality. This discourse is oppositional but complementary, for if political economy is indeed nirvana, the infinite accumulation and reproduction of dead value, then the death drive denounces its truth, at the same time as subjecting it to absolute derision. It does this, however, in the terms of the system itself, by idealizing death as a drive, as an objective finality. As such, the death drive is the current system's most radical negative, but even it simply holds up a mirror to the funereal imaginary of political economy. Instead of establishing death as the regulator of tensions in an equilibrium function, as the economy of the pulsion, Baudrillard introduces it in the opposite sense, as the paroxysm of exchanges, superabundance, and excess. Death is excess. Always already there, proves that life is only. Page 154. Page 155. Defective when death has taken it hostage, that life only exists in bursts and in exchanges with death, if it is not condemned to the discontinuity of value and therefore to absolute deficit. To will that there be life only is to make sure that there is only death. The idea that death is not at all a breakdown of life, that it is willed by life itself, and that the delirial, economic, phantasm of eliminating it is equivalent to implanting it in the heart of life itself, this time as an endless mournful nothingness. Biologically, The idea of a world where human life might be artificially prolonged has a nightmare quality about it. G. Baudrillard, Eroticism 2nd ed. Tr.M. Dalwood, London, Marion Boyars, 1987, p. 101, but symbolically above all, and here the nightmare is no longer a simple possibility, but the reality we live at every instant. Death, excess, ambivalence, gift, sacrifice, expenditure and the paroxysm, and so real life is absent from it. We renounce dying and accumulate instead of losing ourselves. Not only do we renounce death, but also we let our desire, which is really the desire to die, lay hold of its object. And we keep it while we live on. We enrich our life instead of losing it. Eroticism, p. 142. Here, luxury and prodigality predominate over functional calculation, just as death predominates over life as the unilateral finality of production and accumulation. On a comprehensive view, human life strives towards prodigality to the point of anguish, to the point where the anguish becomes unbearable. The rest is mere moralizing chatter. A febrile unrest within us asks death to wreak its havoc at our expense. Ibid, p. 60. Death and sexuality, instead of confronting each other as antagonistic principles, Freud, are exchanged in the same cycle, in the same cyclical revolution of continuity. Death is not the price of sexuality, the sort of equivalence one finds in every theory of complex living beings. The infusorium is itself immortal and asexual, nor is sexuality a simple detour on the way to death. As in civilization and its discontents, they exchange their energies and excite each other. Neither has its own specific economy. Life and death only fall under the sway of a single economy if they are separated. Once they are mixed, they pass beyond economics altogether, into festivity and loss. Eroticism according to Baudrillard. We can no longer differentiate between sexuality and death, which are simply the culminating points of the festival nature celebrates, with the inexhaustible multitude of living beings, both of them signifying the boundless wastage of nature's resources as opposed to the urge to live on characteristic of every living creature. Eroticism. p. 61. This festivity takes place because it reinstates the cycle where penury imposes the linear economy of duration, because it reinstates a cyclical revolution of life and death where Freud augurs no other issue than the repetitive involution of death. In Baudrillard, then, there is a vision of death as a principle of excess and an anti-economy. Hence the metaphor of luxury and the luxurious character of death. Only sumptuous and useless expenditure has meaning. The page 155. Page 156. Economy has no meaning, it is only a residue that has been made into the law of life, whereas wealth lies in the luxurious exchange of death, sacrifice. The accursed share, escaping investment and equivalence, can only be annihilated. If life is only a need to survive at any cost, then annihilation is a priceless luxury. In a system where life is ruled by value and utility, death becomes a useless luxury, and the only alternative. In Baudrillard, this luxurious conjunction of sex and death figures under the sign of continuity, in opposition to the discontinuous economy of individual existences. Finality belongs in the discontinuous order, where discontinuous beings secrete finality, all sorts of finalities, which amount to only one, their own death. We are discontinuous beings, individuals who perish in isolation in the midst of an incomprehensible adventure. But we yearn for our lost continuity. Eroticism, p. 15. Death itself is without finalities. In eroticism, the finality of the individual being is put back into question. What does physical eroticism signify if not a violation of the very being of its practitioners? The whole business of eroticism is to destroy the self-contained character of the participants as they are in their normal lives. Ibid, p. 17. Erotic nakedness is equal to death insofar as it inaugurates a state of communication, loss of identity and fusion. The fascination of the dissolution of constituted forms, such as eros, pays Freud, for whom eros binds energies, federates them into ever larger unities. In death, as in eros, it is a matter of introducing all possible continuity into discontinuity, a game of complete continuity. It is in this sense that death, the rupture of the discontinuous individualities to which we cleave in terror, stands there before us more real than life itself. Ibid, p. 19. Freud says exactly the same thing, but by default. It is no longer a question of the same death. What Freud missed was not seeing the curvature of life in death, he missed its vertigo and its excess, its reversal of the entire economy of life, making it, in the form of a final pulsion, into a belated equation of life. Freud stated life's final economy under the sign of repetition and missed its paroxysm. Death is neither resolution nor involution, but a reversal and a symbolic challenge. For once they travel down their allotted paths, with open eyes, self-oblivious, too ready to comply with what the gods have wished them. Only too gladly will mortal beings speed back into the all by the shortest way. So rivers plunge not movement, but rest they seek. Drawn on, pulled down against their will from boulder to boulder abandoned, helmless by that mysterious yearning toward the chasm. Chaotic deeps attract, and whole peoples too may come to long for death. By Xanthos once, in Grecian times, there stood the town. Page 156. Page 157. The kindness of Brutus provoked them. 4. When fire broke out, most nobly he offered them his help, although he led those troops which stood at their gates to besiege the township. Yet from the walls they threw all the servants down, whom he had sent. Much livelier than at once the fire flared up, and they rejoiced, and Brutus extended his arms towards them. All were beside themselves, and great crying there. Great jubilation sounded. Then into flames leapt man and woman, boys came hurtling down from the roofs, or their fathers stabbed them. It is not wise to fight against heroes, but events long prepared it. Their ancestors, when they were quite encircled once and strongly the Persian forces pressed them, took rushes from the river's end, that their foes might find a desert there, set ablaze the town. And house and temple breathed to holy ether, and men did the flame carry off there. So their descendants heard Hölderlin, voice of the people. Second version, in Friedrich Hölderlin, Poems and Fragments, tr. and ed. Michael Hamburger, London, Routledge and Kegan Paul, 1966, pages 17883. The proposition according to which life and death are exchanged, and exchanged at the highest price with death, no longer belongs to the order of scientific truth, since it is a truth that science is forever forbidden. If the union of two lovers comes about through love, it involves the idea of death, murder, or suicide. A continuous violation of discontinuous individuality. The orifices, gulfs, and abysses whereby beings are absorbed into continuity, somehow assimilates it to death. Baudrillard, Eroticism, pages 21 ff. When Baudrillard says this, concerning eroticism, there is no objective relation, no law, and no natural necessity in any of this. Luxury and excess are not functions, they are inscribed neither in the body nor in the world. Nor on the other hand, is death sumptuous, symbolic death, which belongs to the order of the challenge inscribed in a body or a nature any longer. The symbolic can never be confused with the real or with science. But even Baudrillard commits the following error. The desire to produce at cut prices is niggardly and human. Nature, for its part, is boundlessly prodigious, and sacrifices in good spirits. Ibid. p. 60. Why seek the security of an ideally prodigious nature, as opposed to the economist's ideally circulating nature? Luxury is no more natural than economics. Sacrifice and sacrificial expenditure are not of the order of things. This error leads bitterly to confuse reproductive sexuality with erotic expenditure. The excess from which reproduction springs can only be understood with the aid of the excess of death, and vice versa. Ibid. p. 101. But reproduction as such has no excess even if it implies the individual's death. It is still a matter of a positive economy, and a functional death from which the species might benefit. Sacrificial death, however, is anti-page 157. Page 158. Productive and anti-reproductive. It is true that it aims at continuity, as Baudrillard says, but not that of the species, which is only the continuity of an order of life, whereas the radical continuity in which the subject is ruined by sex and death always signifies the fabulous loss of an order. It is no more supported by the reproductive act than desire is supported by need, no more than sumptuary expenditure prolongs the satisfaction of needs. This biological functionalism is annihilated in eroticism. To look for the secret of sacrifice, sacrificial destruction, play and expenditure in the law of the species, is to reduce it all to a functionalism. There is not even a contiguity between sacrifice and the law of the species. Erotic excess and the reproductive sexual function have nothing in common. The symbolic excess of death has nothing in common with the body's biological losses. 23. Baudrillard, here, labors the influence of the temptation of naturalism, if not biologism, leading him, conversely, to naturalise a tendency to discontinuity, the urge to live on characteristic of every living creature. Ibid. p. 61. The living creature protects itself against the living energies of a debauched nature, an orgy of annihilation by means of prohibitions, resisting the excess of the death drive that comes from nature by every available means. Its resistance, however, is only ever provisional. Men have never definitively said no to violence and death. Ibid. p. 62. Thus, on the basis of a natural definition of expenditure, nature as the model of prodigality, and a substantial and ontological definition of economics, the subject wishes to live on in his being. But where does this basic desire come from? Baudrillard sets up a kind of subjective dialectic of prohibition and transgression, where the initially high-spirited character of sacrifice and death is lost in the delights of Christianity and perversion. 24. A kind of objective dialectic between continuity and discontinuity, where the challenge posed by death to economic organization is effaced in the face of a great metaphysical alternation. Nevertheless, something remains in Baudrillard's excessive and luxuriant vision of death that removes it from psychoanalysis and its individual and psychical domain. This something provides the opportunity to disturb every economy, shattering not only the objective mirror of political economy, but also the inverse psychical mirror of repression, the unconscious and libidinal economy. Beyond all mirrors, or in their fragments, shattered like those of the mirror where the student of Prague rediscovered his real image at the moment of death, something appears for us today, a fantastic dispersal of the body, of being, and wealth. Baudrillard's figure of death is the closest premonition of this. My death is everywhere, my death dreams. Punctual death, biological death. The irreversibility of biological death, its objective and punctual character, is a modern fact of science. It is specific to our culture. Every other culture says that death begins before death, that life goes on after life, and that it is. Page 158. Page 159. Impossible to distinguish life from death. Against the representation which sees in one the term of the other, we must try to see the radical indeterminacy of life and death, and the impossibility of their autonomy in the symbolic order. Death is not a due payment essence, it is a nuance of life, or, life is a nuance of death. But our modern idea of death is controlled by a very different system of representations, that of the machine and the function. A machine either works or it does not. Thus the biological machine is either dead or alive. The symbolic order is ignorant of this digital abstraction. And even biology acknowledges that we start dying at birth, but this remains with the category of a functional definition. 25 It is quite another thing to say that death articulates life, is exchanged with life and is the apogee of life, for then it becomes absurd to make life a process which expires with death, and more absurd still to make death equivalent to a deficit and an accelerated repayment. Neither life nor death can any longer be assigned a given end, there is therefore no punctuality nor any possible definition of death. We are living entirely within evolutionist thought, which states that we go from life to death. This is the illusion of the subject that sustains both biology and metaphysics. Biology wishes to reverse metaphysics, but merely prolongs it. But there is no longer even a subject who dies at a given moment. It is more real to say that whole parts of ourselves, of our bodies, our language, fall from life to death, while the living are subjected to the work of mourning. In this way, a few of the living manage to forget them gradually, as God managed to forget the drowned girl who was carried away by the stream of water in Brecht's song. Undes Gesche, das Gott sie allmalig vergisst. Sie Urst das Gesicht, dann die Hand, und zuletzt das Haar. It happened, very slowly, that it gently slid from God's thoughts. First her face, then her hands, and right at the end her hair. The Drowned Girl in Bertolt Brecht, Poems and Songs, ed. and tr. John Willett. London, Methuen, 1990, p. 14. The subject's identity is continually falling apart, falling into God's forgetting. But this death is not at all biological. At one pole, biochemistry, asexual protozoa are not affected by death, they divide and branch out, nor is the genetic code, for its part, ever affected by death, it is transmitted unchanged beyond individual fates. At the other, symbolic, pole, death and nothingness no longer exist, since in the symbolic, life and death are reversible. Only in the infinitesimal space of the individual conscious subject does death take on an irreversible meaning. Even here, death is not an event, but a myth experienced as anticipation. The subject needs a myth of its end, as of its origin, to form its identity. In reality, the subject is never there, like the face, the hands, and the hair, and even before no doubt, it is always already somewhere else, trapped in a senseless distribution, an endless cycle impelled by death. This death, everywhere in life, must be conjured up and localized in a precise point of time and a precise place, the body. Page 159. Page 160. In biological death, death and the body neutralize instead of stimulating each other. The mind-body duality is biology's fundamental presupposition. In a certain sense, this duality is death itself, since it objectifies the body as residual, as a bad object which takes its revenge by dying. It is according to the mind that the body becomes the brute, objective fact, fated for sex, anguish, and death. It is according to the mind, this imaginary skis, that the body becomes the reality that exists only in being condemned to death. Therefore the mortal body is no more real than the immortal soul, both result simultaneously from the same abstraction. And with them the two great complementary metaphysics, the idealism of the soul, with all its moral metamorphoses, and the materialist idealism of the body, prolonged in biology. Biology lives on as much by the separation of mind and body as from any other Christian or Cartesian metaphysics, but it no longer declares this The mind or soul is not mentioned anymore. As an ideal principle, it has entirely passed into the moral discipline of science, into the legitimating principle of technical operations on the real and on the world, into the principles of an objective materialism. In the Middle Ages, those who practiced the discourse of the mind or soul were closer to the bodily signs, octavio pause, conjunctions and disjunctions. Tr. Helen Lane, New York, Arcade, 1990, than biological science, which, techniques and axioms, has passed entirely over to the side of the non-body. The accident and the catastrophe. There is a paradox of modern bourgeois rationality concerning death. To conceive of it as natural, profane and irreversible constitutes the sign of the Enlightenment and reason, but enters into sharp contradiction with the principles of bourgeois rationality, with its individual values, the unlimited progress of science, and its mastery of nature in all things. Death, neutralized as a natural fact, gradually becomes a scandal. Octavio Paz has analyzed this brilliantly in his Theory of the Accident. Modern science has eliminated epidemics and has given us plausible explanations of other natural catastrophes. Nature has ceased to be the depository of our guilt feelings. At the same time, technology has extended and widened the notion of accident and, what is more, it has given it an absolutely different character. Accidents are part of our daily life and their shadow peoples our dreams. The uncertainty principle in contemporary physics and Gödel's proof in logic are the equivalent of the accident in the historical world. Axiomatic and deterministic systems have lost their consistency and revealed an inherent defect. But it is not really a defect, it is a property of the system, something that belongs to it as a system. The accident is not an exception or a sickness of our political regimes, nor is it a correctable defect of our civilization, it is the natural consequence of our science, our politics, and our morality. The accident is part of our idea of progress. The accident has become a paradox of necessity. It possesses the fatality of necessity and at the same time the uncertainty of freedom. The non-body, transformed into a materialist science, is a synonym for terror. The accident is one of the attributes of reason that we adore. Page 160. Page 161. Christian morality has given its powers of repression over to it, but at the same time this superhuman power has lost any pretension to morality. It is the return of the anguish of the Aztecs, without any celestial signs or presages. Catastrophe has become banal and laughable because in the final analysis the accident is only an accident. Conjunctions and disjunctions, pages 11113. Just as society gives rise to madmen and anomalies at its peripheries in the process of normalization, so reason and the technical mastery of nature, as they become more entrenched, become surrounded by the catastrophic breakdown of the inorganic body of nature they give rise to as unreason. This unreason is intolerable, since reason wants to be sovereign, and can no longer even think of what escapes it. It is unresolvable since for us there are no longer any propitiating or reconciling rituals. The accident, like death, is absurd, that's all there is to it. It is a piece of sabotage. An evil demon is there to make this beautiful machine always break down. Hence this rationalist culture suffers, like no other, from a collective paranoia. Something or someone must have been responsible for the least accident, the slightest irregularity, the least catastrophe, an earth tremor, a house in ruins, bad weather, everything is an assassination attempt. Thus the new wave of sabotage, terrorism, and banditism is less interesting than the fact that what happens is interpreted this way. Accident or not? Undecidable. Nor is it important, since the category of the accident analyzed by Octavio Paz has fallen under that of the assassination attempt. And this is normal in a rational system, since chance can only be left to a human Will, every breakdown is interpreted as a curse, an evil spell, or, politically, as a breach of the social order. 26. And it is true that a natural catastrophe is a danger to the established order, not only because of the real disorder it provokes, but by the blow it strikes to every sovereign rationality, politics included. Hence the state of siege for the earth tremor. Nicaragua, hence the police presence at the scenes of catastrophes, which, at the time of the Hermenonville DC-10 catastrophe, is more important than at a demonstration. For no one knows to what extent the death drive, primed by the accident or the catastrophe, may be unleashed on this occasion and turn against the political order. It is remarkable that we have returned, in the heyday of the rational system and as a full logical consequence of this system, to the primitive vision where we impute a hostile will to every event, and particularly to death. But it is ourselves and ourselves alone who are full primitives, which nickname we attach to the primitives in order to exorcise it. For the primitives themselves, this conception corresponded to the logic of their reciprocal and ambivalent exchanges involving everything around them. Even natural catastrophes and death were easily intelligible through the categories of their social structures, whereas for us it is plainly paralogical. This is irrational paranoia, the axioms of which give rise to an increasingly ubiquitous and absolute unintelligibility. Death as unacceptable and insoluble, the accident as persecution, as the absurd and spiteful resistance of a matter or a nature that will not abide by the objective laws with which we. Page 161. Page 162. Have pursued it. Hence the ever-increasing fascination with the catastrophe, the accident, and the assassination attempt. Reason itself is pursued by the hope of a universal revolt against its own norms and privileges. Natural death. An ideal or standard form of death, natural death, corresponds to the biological definition of death and the rational, logical will. This death is normal since it comes at life's proper term. Its very concept issues from the possibility of pushing back the limits of life. Living becomes a process of accumulation, and science and technology start to play a role in this quantitative strategy. Science and technology do not manage to fulfill an original desire to live as long as possible. Through the symbolic disintegration of death, life passes into life capital, into a quantitative evaluation, which alone gives rise to a biomedical science and technology of prolonging life. Natural death therefore signifies not the acceptance of death within the order of things, but a systematic denegation of death. Natural death is subject to science, and death's call is to be exterminated by science. This clearly signifies that death is inhuman, irrational, and senseless. Like untamed nature, the Western concept of nature is always the concept of a repressed or domesticated nature. The only good death is a death that has been defeated and subjected to the law. This is the ideal of natural death. It should be possible for everyone to reach the term of their biological capital, to enjoy life to the end without violence or premature death. As if everyone had their own little printout of a life plan, their normal expectation of life, basically a contract of life. Hence the social demand for a quality of life that makes up part of a natural death. The new social contract, society as a whole, with its science and technology, becomes collectively responsible for the death of each individual. 27. This demand could moreover involve calling the existing order into question, as do quantitative, wage demands, to demand a just lifespan just as one demands just rewards for one's labor power. Essentially, this right, like every other, conceals a repressive jurisdiction. Everyone has a right, but also a duty, to a natural death, for this death is characteristic of the system of political economy, its typical obligation to die. One is a system of maximalization of the forces of production. In an extensive system of manpower, slaves have no natural death, they are made to work themselves to death. 2. More importantly, that everyone should have a right to their life, habeas corpus habeas vitam, extends social jurisdiction over death. Death is socialized like everything else, and can no longer be anything but natural, since every other death is a social scandal. We have not done what is necessary. Is this social progress? No, it is rather the progress of the social, which even annexes death to itself. Everyone is dispossessed of their death, and will no longer be able to die as it is now understood. One will know. Page 162. Page 163. Longer be free to live as long as possible. Amongst other things, this signifies the ban on consuming one's life without taking limits into account. In short, the principle of natural death is equivalent to the neutralization of life. 28. The same goes for the question of equality in death. Life must be reduced to quantity, and death therefore to nothing, in order to adjust it to democracy and the law of equivalences. Old age and retirement. The third age. Here too, science's conquest of death enters into contradiction with the system's rationality. Retirement becomes a dead weight on social self-management. An entire portion of social wealth, money and moral values, is sunk into it without being able to give it a meaning. A third of society is thus segregated and placed in a situation of economic parasitism. The lands conquered on this death march are socially barren. Recently colonized, old age in modern times burdens society with the same weight as colonized native populations used to. Retirement, or the third age, says precisely what it means. It is a sort of third world. Old age has merely become a marginal and ultimately a social slice of life, a ghetto, a reprieve, and the slide into death. Old age is literally being eliminated. In proportion as the living live longer, as they win over death, they cease to be symbolically acknowledged. Condemned to a forever receding death, this age group loses its status and its prerogatives. In other social formations, old age actually exists as the symbolic pivot of the group. In such societies, the status of the elderly, the perfected form of the ancestor, is the most prestigious. Years constitute real wealth which is exchanged for authority or power, instead of the situation today, where years gained are only calculable accumulated years that have no capacity to be exchanged. Prolonged life expectancy has therefore simply ended up discriminating against old age, which follows logically from discriminating against death itself. Here again, the social has worked well, making old age into a social territory, which in journals appears under this rubric alongside immigrants and abortions, and socializing this part of life into an enclosure over itself. Under the beneficent sign of natural death, it has been made into an early social death. Because the individual life of civilized man, placed into an infinite progress according to its own immanent meaning, should never come to an end, for there is a further step ahead of one who stands in the march of progress. And no man who comes to die stands upon the peak which lies in infinity. Abraham, or some peasants of the past, died old and satiated with life because he stood in the organic cycle of life, because his life, in terms of its meaning and on the eve of his days, had given to him what life had to offer, because for him there remained no puzzles he might wish to solve, and therefore he could have had enough of life. Whereas civilized man, placed in the midst of the continuous enrichment of culture by ideas, knowledge, and problems, may become tired of life but not satiated by life. And because death is meaningless, civilized life as such is meaningless. Max Weber, Science as a Vocation, in From Max Weber, Essays. Page 163. Page 164. In Sociology, Tr. and ed. H. Girth and C. Wright Mills, London, Routledge and Kegan Paul, 1970, pages 13940. Natural death and sacrificial death. Why is it that today there are no expected and foreseen deaths from old age, a death in the family, the only death that had full meaning for the traditional collectivity, from Abraham to our grandfathers? It is no longer even touching, it is almost ridiculous, and socially insignificant in any case. Why on the other hand is it that violent, accidental, and chance death, which previous communities could not make any sense of, it was dreaded and cursed as vehemently as we curse suicide, has so much meaning for us? It is the only one that is generally talked about, it is fascinating and touches the imagination. Once again, ours is the culture of the accident, as Octavio Paz says. Death is not abjectly exploited by the media since they are happy to gamble on the fact that the only events of immediate, unmanipulated and straightforward significance for all are those which in one way or another bring death onto the scene. In this sense the most despicable media are also the most objective. And again, to interpret this in terms of repressed individual pulsions or unconscious sadism is trivial and uninteresting, since it is a matter of a collective passion. Violent or catastrophic death does not satisfy the little individual unconscious, manipulated by the vile mass media. This is a secondary revision, and is already morally weighted. This death moves us so profoundly only because it works on the group itself, and because in one way or another it transfigures and redeems in its own eyes. Natural death is devoid of meaning because the group has no longer any role to play in it. It is banal because it is bound to the policed and commonplace banalize individual subject, to the policed and commonplace nuclear family, and because it is no longer a collective mourning and joy. Each buries his own dead. With the primitives, there is no natural death. Every death is social, public, and collective, and it is always the effect of an adversarial will that the group must absorb. No biology. This absorption takes place in feasting and rites. Feasting is the exchange of wills. We don't see how feasting would reabsorb a biological event. Evil wills and expiation rites are exchanged over the death's head. Death deceives and symbolically gains esteem. Here death gains status, and the group is enriched by a partner. To us, the dead have just passed away and no longer have anything to exchange. The dead are residual even before dying. At the end of a lifetime of accumulation, the dead are subtracted from the total in an economic operation. They do not become effigies, they serve entirely as alibis for the living and to their obvious superiority over the dead. This is a flat, one-dimensional death, the end of the biological journey, settling a credit, giving in one's soul, like a tire, a container emptied of its contents. What banality! Page 164. Page 165. All passion then takes refuge in violent death, which is the sole manifestation of something like the sacrifice, that is to say, like a real transmutation through the will of the group. And in this sense, it matters little whether death is accidental, criminal or catastrophic, from the moment it escapes natural reason, and becomes a challenge to nature, it once again becomes the business of the group, demanding a collective and symbolic response. In a word, it arouses the passion for the artificial, which is at the same time sacrificial passion. Nature is uninteresting and meaningless, but we need only return one death to nature, we need only exchange it in accordance with strict conventional rites, for its energy, both the dead person's energy and that of death itself, to affect the group, to be reabsorbed and expended by the group, instead of simply leaving it as a natural residue. We, for our part, no longer have an effective right for reabsorbing death and its rupturing energies. There remains the phantasm of sacrifice, the violent artifice of death. Hence the intense and profoundly collective satisfaction of the automobile death. In the fatal accident, the artificiality of death fascinates us. Technical, non-natural, and therefore willed, ultimately by the victim him or herself, death becomes interesting once Again, sense-willed death has a meaning. This artificiality of death facilitates, on a par with the sacrifice, its aesthetic doubling in the imagination, and the enjoyment that follows from it. Obviously, aesthetics only has a value for us since we are condemned to contemplation. The sacrifice is not aesthetic for the primitives, but it always marks a refusal of natural and biological succession, an intervention of an initiatory order, a controlled and socially governed violence. These days, we can only rediscover this anti-natural violence in the chance accident or catastrophe, which we therefore experience as socially symbolic events of the highest importance, as sacrifices. Finally, the accident is only accidental. That is to say, absurd, for official reason, for the symbolic demand, which we have never been without, the accident has always been something else altogether. Hostage-taking is always a matter of the same scenario. Unanimously condemned, it inspires profound terror and joy. It is also on the verge of becoming a political ritual of the first order at a time when politics is collapsing into indifference. The hostage has a symbolic yield 100 times superior to that of the automobile death, which is itself 100 times superior to natural death. This is because we readies here a time of the sacrifice, of the ritual of execution, in the imminence of the collectively expected death. This death, totally undeserved, therefore totally artificial, is therefore perfect from the sacrificial point of view, for which the officiating priest or criminal is expected to die in return. According to the rules of a symbolic exchange to which we adhere so much more profoundly than we do to the economic order, the workplace accident is the concern of the economic order and has no symbolic yield whatsoever. Since it is a machinic breakdown rather than a sacrifice, it is as indifferent to the collective imagination as it is to the page 165. Page 166. Capitalist entrepreneur. It is the object of a mechanical refusal, of a mechanical revolt, based on the right to life and to security, and is neither the object nor the cause of a ludic terror. 29. Only the worker, as is well known, plays too freely with his security, at the whim of the unions and bosses who understand nothing of this challenge. We are all hostages, and that's the secret of hostage-taking, and we are all dreaming, instead of dying stupidly working oneself to the ground, of receiving death and of giving death. Giving and receiving constitute one symbolic act, the symbolic act par excellence, which rids death of all the indifferent negativity it holds for us in the natural order of capital. In the same way, our relations to objects are no longer living and mortal, but instrumental. We no longer know how to destroy them, and we no longer expect our own death, which is why they are really dead objects that end up killing us, in the same fashion as the workplace accident, however, just as one object crushes another. Only the automobile accident re-establishes some kind of sacrificial equilibrium. For death is something that is shared out, and we must know how to share it out amongst objects just as much as amongst other men. Death has only given and received meaning, that is to say, it is socialized through exchange. In the primitive order, everything is done so that death is that way. In our culture, on the contrary, everything is done so that death is never done to anybody by someone else, but only by nature, as an impersonal expiry of the body. We experience our death as the real fatality inscribed in our bodies only, because we no longer know how to inscribe it into a ritual of symbolic exchange. The order of the real, of the objectivity of the body as elsewhere the order of political economy, are always the results of the rupture of this exchange. It is from this point that even our bodies came into existence as the place in which our inexchangeable death is confined, and we end up believing in the biological essence of the body, watched over by death which in turn is watched over by science. Biology is pregnant with death, and the body taking shape within it is itself pregnant with death, and There are no more myths to come and free it. The myth and the ritual that used to free the body from science's supremacy has been lost, or has not yet been found. We try to circumscribe the others, our objects, and our own body within a destiny of instrumentality so as no longer to receive death from them, but there is nothing we can do about this. The same goes for death as for everything else. No longer willing to give or receive it, death encircles us in the biological simulacrum of our own body. The death penalty. Until the 18th century, we hanged guilty animals, after a formal condemnation, for causing a man's death. We even hanged horses. Author unknown. There had to be a very specific reason for the revulsion inspired in us by punishing these animals, since it ought to have been more serious to judge. Page 166. Page 167. A man than an animal, and more odious to make him suffer. But, in one way or another, hanging a horse or a pig, like hanging a madman or a child, seems more odious to us, since they are not responsible. This secret equality of consciousness in law, so that the condemned always retain the privilege of denying the right of the other to judge, this possible challenge, which is quite different from the right to a defense and which re-establishes a minimum of symbolic opposition, no longer exists at all in the case of the animal or the madman. It is precisely the application of a symbolic ritual to a situation which prohibits the possibility of a symbolic response and gives this type of punishment its particularly odious character. As opposed to physical elimination, justice is a social, moral and ritual act. The odious character of punishing a child or a madman comes from the moral aspect of justice, if the other must be convinced of their guilt and condemned as such. Punishment loses all meaning, since neither consciousness of the wrong nor even humiliation are possible with these criminals. It is therefore as stupid as crucifying lions. But there is something else in the punishment of an animal, which this time derives from the ritual character of justice. It is the application of a human ceremonial to a beast, rather than just the infliction of death, that gives the scene its extraordinary atrocity. Every attempt to dress an animal, every disguise, an attempt to tame an animal to the human comedy is sinister and unhealthy. By dying, it would become frankly unbearable. But why this revulsion at seeing an animal treated like a human being? Because then man changes into a beast. In the hanged animal there is, by way of the sign and the ritual, a hanged man, but a man changed into a beast as if by black magic. A reflex signification results from the ubiquitous action of the deep reciprocity, whatever we are dealing with, between man and animal or the executioner and his victim, mingled with the visual representation in a terrible confusion. And this malefic ambiguity, as in Kafka's Metamorphosis, gives rise to disgust. The end of culture, of the social, the end of the rules of the game. Killing a beast in this fundamentally human manner unleashes an equivalent monstrosity in the man, who thus becomes the victim of his own ritual. The institution of justice, by which man claims to draw a line between himself and brutality, turns against him. Of course, such brutality is a mythicizura that implies the absolute privilege of the human, the expulsion of the animal into the brutal. This discrimination is justified, however, when at the same time as the privilege, it implies all the risks and responsibilities of the human, in particular that of justice and social death, which by contrast, according to the same logic, does not concern the animal at all. For man to impose this form on the animal is to erase the limit between the two, and at the same time to eliminate the human. Man is then only the squalid caricature of the myth of animality that he himself has instituted. We do not need psychoanalysis, the father figure, sadistic eroticism, and guilt to explain the nausea attendant upon the torture of animals. Everything here is social, everything relates to the social line of demarcation. 167. Page 168. Cation that man traces around himself in accordance with a mythical code of differences, and to the contortions that shatter his line, in accordance with the law that states that reciprocity never ends, every discrimination is only ever imaginary and is forever cut across by symbolic reciprocity, for better or worse. Of course, this nausea, bound up with the loss of the privilege of the human, is also therefore proper to a social order, where the break with the animal, and therefore the abstraction of the human, is definitive. This revulsion distinguishes us. It signifies that human reason has made progress, allowing us to consign all this medieval torture of humans and animals to barbarism. As late as 1906 in Switzerland, a dog was tried and executed for participating in theft and murder. We are so reassured when we read that we are no longer like that, the subtext of which is today we are humane to animals, we respect them. But the opposite is the case. Disgust is inspired in us by the execution of an animal in exact proportion to the contempt in which we hold it. It is in so far, as is proper to our culture, as we relegate the animal to a non-human state of irresponsibility that the animal becomes unworthy of the human ritual. All we need then do is apply this ritual to the animal to make us nauseous, not because of some moral progress, but because of the deepening of human racism. Those who, in times past, used to ritually sacrifice animals did not take them to be beasts. Even medieval society, which condemned and punished animals in accordance with its own norms, was far closer than we are to those who are horrified by this practice. By holding animals culpable, these societies paid them tribute. The innocence to which we consign animals, along with madmen, the sick and children, is significant of the radical distance separating us from them, and of the racial exclusion by which we rigorously maintain the definition of the human. In a context where every living being is a partner in exchange, the animal has the right to sacrifice and to ritual expiation. The primitive sacrifice of the animal is bound up with its exceptional and sacred status as a divinity, as a totem. 30. We no longer sacrifice them, we no longer even punish them, and we take pride in this, but this is simply because we have domesticated them and because we have turned them into a racially inferior world, no longer even worthy of our justice. They are barely even exterminable as butcher meat. Or perhaps rational liberal thought takes those it excommunicates into their charge, such as animals, madmen and children who know not what they do, and who therefore do not deserve punishment and death as much as they do public charity, protectionism of every kind, the RSPCA, open psychiatry, modern pedagogy, all the definitive but gentle forms of inferiorization in which liberal reason takes refuge. A racial compensation whereby humanism increases its privilege over inferior beings. 31. In the light of all this, the question of the death penalty is posed, which is also the question of the naivety or hypocrisy of every liberal humanism on this question. With the primitives, the criminal is not an inferior, abnormal or page 168. Page 169. Irresponsible being. On him, like the mad or the sick, a great number of the symbolic cycles are articulated. Some of this can still be detected in Marx's formulation of the criminal as an essential function of the bourgeois order. It is onto the king that responsibility for the crime par excellence devolves, breaking the incest taboo, which is why he is king, and why he will be put to death. His expiation confers on him the highest status, since it is also what relaunches the cycle of exchanges. There is a whole philosophy of cruelty, in Artaud's sense, here, which we are no longer familiar with, and which excludes social infamy as it does the death penalty. The death of the criminal king is not a sanction, it neither separates nor removes something rotten on the social body, on the contrary, it is a festival and an elevation in which solidarity is renewed and separations undone. The madman, the fool, the bandit, the hero, and many other characters from traditional societies have all played, relatively speaking, the same role as agents of symbolic ferment. Society was articulated on their difference. The dead were the first to play this role. Still untouched by social reason, traditional societies coped with the criminal extremely well, even if it was by collective ritual death. 32 Just like peasant societies. With their village idiots, even if it was as objects of ritual derision. The end of the culture of cruelty where difference is glorified and expiated in one and the same sacrificial act. We no longer know any other way of dealing with deviance but extermination or therapy. We now only know how to cut, expurgate and repel them into society's dark regions. And this only to the extent of our tolerance, our sovereign conception of freedom. If contemporary societies have progressed to the moral level, this does not rule out their regression to mood shifts. Encyclopaedia Universalis. By being normalized, that is to say, by extending the logic of equivalences to everyone, society, socialized at last, excludes every antibody. It then creates, in the same movement, specific institutions to receive them, and so, throughout successive centuries, prisons, asylums, hospitals, and schools have flourished, not to forget the factories, which also began to flourish with the rights of man. This is how labor must be understood. Socialization is nothing but the immense passage from the symbolic exchange of difference to the social logic of equivalence. Every social or socialist ideal merely doubles the process of socialization. Even liberal thought, which wants to abolish the death penalty, simply perpetuates it. As regards the death penalty, the thought of the right, hysterical reaction, and the thought of the left, rational humanism, are both equally removed from the symbolic configuration where crime, madness, and death are modalities of exchange, the accursed share around which all exchange gravitates. Why do we reintegrate the criminal into society? To make him into the equivalent of a normal man? But exactly the opposite is true. As Gentis says, it is not a question of returning the madman to the truth of society, but of returning society to the truth of madness. Lamas de. Page 169. Page 170. El Asal. All humanist thought grows faint in the face of this demand, which was openly realized in previous societies, and is always present, but hidden and violently repressed. In our own, crime and death always provoke the same secret jubilation. It is however debased and obscene. If the bourgeois order first got rid of crime and madness by elimination or confinement, then secondly it neutralized all this on a therapeutic basis. This is the phase of the progressive absolution of the criminal and his reform into a social being, by every devious means of medicine and psychology. We must see, however, that this liberal change of policy takes place on the basis of a wholly repressive social space whose normal mechanisms have absorbed the repressive function that hitherto devolved onto special institutions. 33. Liberal thinking believes this cannot be put better than its claim that penal law is called upon to develop in the direction of a preventative social medicine and a curative social service. Encyclopaedia Universalis. Does this imply the disappearance of the penal aspect of the law? Not at all. The penalty is called upon to be realized in its purest form in great therapeutic, psychological and psychiatric reform programs. Penal violence finds its most subtle equivalent in re-socialization and re-education, also in the form of self-criticism or repentance, according to the dominant social system. And from this point we are all summoned to it in normal life itself. We are all madmen and criminals. 34. It is not just that penal violence and the death penalty might disappear in this society, but that they must, and they, abolitionists, totally contradicting themselves, merely follow the tendency of the system. They want to abolish the death penalty without abolishing responsibility, since without responsibility, there would be no human conscience or dignity, and therefore no liberal thought. This is illogical, and above all futile, since responsibility has been dead for a long time. As a vestigial individual trait from the Enlightenment, it has been eliminated by the system itself as the latter becomes more rational. When capitalism rested on merit, initiative, individual enterprise, and competition, it needed an ideal of responsibility, and therefore its repressive equivalent. For better or worse, everyone, whether entrepreneur or criminal, received his penalty or his credit. In a system that rests on bureaucratic programming and the execution of a plan, irresponsible executants are required, and so the entire system of values based on responsibility collapses into itself. Since it is no longer viable, it is a matter of indifference whether you struggle for abolition or not, the death penalty is useless. Justice also collapses, generally irresponsible, the individual becomes, whatever happens to him, a pretext for bureaucratic structures, and will no longer accept being tried by just anyone, nor even by society as a whole. Even the problem of collective responsibility is a red herring, responsibility has quite simply disappeared. Hence the secondary benefit of the elimination of humanist values and the dismantling of the repressive apparatus, based on the possibility of being able to distinguish in one's conscience, between good and evil, and page 170. Page 171. On this criterion to be able to try and to condemn. But this order has had every opportunity to renounce the death penalty. It is still making gains in this respect, and hence open prisons become possible. For death and the prison were the truth of the social jurisdiction of a society that remained heterogeneous and divided. Therapy and reform are the truth of the social jurisdiction of a homogeneous and normalized society. The thought of the right still refers to the first, while the thought of the left refers to the second. Both, however, obey the same system of values. In other contexts, both speak the same medical language. Remove a diseased member, says the right, cure a sick organ, says the left. On either side death acts at the level of equivalences. The primitive procedure is only aware of reciprocities. Clan contra clan, death contra death, gift contra gift. We know only a system of equivalences, a death for a death. Between two terms as abstract as in economic exchange, society and the individual under the jurisdiction of a universal and legal morality. A death for a death, says the right, fair's fair, you have killed so you must die, that's the law of the contract. Intolerable, says the left, the criminal must be spared, he is not really responsible. The principle of equivalence is intact, basically. One of the terms, responsibility, tends towards zero, while the other, penalty, also tends in this direction. The environment, childhood, the unconscious, 35 social conditions, outline a new equation of responsibility, but still in terms of causality and the contract. In the terms of this new contract, the criminal merits no more than Christian pity or social security. Here again, the thought of the left merely invents more subtle neo-capitalist formations, where repression becomes diffuse, as surplus value did in another context. In the psychiatric and ergonomic cures, however, it is very much a matter of an equivalent to death. Here the individual is treated as a functional survivor, as an object to be retrained. We surround him with care and solicitude, so many traits of his anomaly, and we invest in him the tolerance he enjoys is of the same order as that we have seen being exercised over the beasts. It is an operation by means of which the social order exorcises and controls its own hauntings. Does the system make us all irresponsible? We can only accept this if we delimit a category of notorious examples of irresponsibility, that we will care for as such. By the effect of contrast, it will return the illusion of responsibility to us. Delinquents, criminals, children, and madmen will suffer the effects of this clinical operation. A simple examination of the evolution of the death penalty in materialist terms, of profit and class, should leave those who wish to abolish it in perplexity. It is always through the discovery of more profitable economic substitutes, subsequently rationalized as more humane, that the death penalty is curbed, hence prisoners of war are spared in order to be made slaves, hence, in Rome, criminals were sent to the salt mines, hence the prohibition of duels in the 17th century, the institution of forced labor as a corrective solution, the variable extortion of the labor force and the ergotherapeutic retraining of the Nazi camps. There are no. Page 171. Page 172. Miracles anywhere. Death disappears or subsides when the system, for one reason or another, has an interest in it. 1830. The first extenuating circumstances in a trial involving a bourgeois. Neither social conquest nor the progress of reason. Just the logic of profit or privilege. 36. But this analysis remains totally insufficient, since it merely substitutes an economic for a moral rationality. Something else is in operation here, a heavy hypothesis with respect to which the materialist interpretation appears to be a light hypothesis. Profit may be an effect of capital, but it is never the fundamental law of the social order. Its fundamental law is the progressive control of life and death. Its objective is equally therefore to snatch death away from radical difference, in order to submit it to the law of equivalence. And the naivety of humanist thought, liberal or revolutionary, consists in not seeing that its rejection of death is necessarily the same as that of the system, that is, the rejection of something that escapes the law of value. It is only in this sense that death is an evil. But humanist thought turns it into an absolute evil. And it is from this point that it becomes enmeshed in the worst contradictions. 37 Claude Gleiman, discussing the execution of Buffet and Bontemps. The irremediably human feeling that no man has the right to deal out death at will, irremediably is a kind of lapsus. The humanist does not appear to be totally convinced of this evidence. Life is sacred. But even without religious faith we are completely persuaded. In a consumer society that tends to banish scarcity, death, we might say, is still more intolerable. Life as a consumer good, death as scarcity, what an incredible platitude. But communism, and even Marx himself, are in agreement over this equation. Here too, the impression of a sort of permanence of the Middle Ages remains. What society do we live in? What shores are we drifting towards? For we must not turn our backs on life, whatever it may be. Le Monde. This is precisely the rear entry to life, the basic principle of pious souls, who are also those who enter the revolution backwards and turn their backs on life. These unbelievable acrobatics are, however, typical of thought bending over backwards to satisfy its rejection of death. We can clearly see that the humanist debate starts from the individualist system of values of which it is the crown. The social and individual instinct of conservation, says Camus, requires the postulate of individual responsibility. But precisely these postulates define the platitude of life and death in our equivalence-dominated systems. Beyond this point, man need only cultivate the instinct of conservation or responsibility, two complementary prejudices in the abstract and rationalist view of the subject. Death resumes its meaning as a sacrificial exchange, a collective moment and an intense deliverance of the subject. There is no passion so weak but it mates and masters the fear of death, said Bacon. Essays London, Dent, 1906, Vol. 2, p. 6. But this is too little. Death is itself a passion. And at this level the difference between self and others is effaced, the desire to kill often coincides with the desire to die oneself or to eliminate oneself. Man desires to live, but he also desires to be nothing. He wants what cannot be undone, he wants death for its own sake. In this case, not only. Page 172. Page 173. Will the possibility of being put to death not stop the criminal? It is rather probable that it will add to the vertigo in which he is lost. We know that suicide and murder can often be substitutes for one another, with a strong predilection for suicide. This passionate, sacrificial death overtly accepts the spectacle of death, which, as with all organic functions, we have made into a moral and therefore clandestine and shameful function. The good souls heavily insist on the shameful character of public executions, but they do not see that odiousness of this type of execution stems from its contemplative attitude in which the death of the other is savored as a spectacle at a distance. This is not sacrificial violence, which not only demands the presence of the whole community, but is one of the forms of its self-presence, presence a elamim. We rediscover something of this contagious festivity in an episode in England in 1807, when the 40,000 people who came to attend an execution were seized by delirium upon seeing 100 dead bodies lying on the ground. This collective act has nothing in common with the spectacle of extermination. By confusing the two in the same abstract reprobation of violence and death, one merges with the thought of the state, that is, the pacification of life. Now, if the right prefers to use repressive blackmail, the left, for its part, is distinguished by imagining and setting up future models of pacified socialization. A civilization's progress is thus measured only by its respect for life as absolute value. What a difference from public celebrated death by torture, the black from the upper Volta laughing in the face of the guns that hit him, cannibalism in the Tupinamba, and even murder and vengeance, passion for death and suicide. When society kills in a totally premeditated fashion, we do it a great honor when we accuse it of a barbaric vengeance worthy of the Dark Ages. Because vengeance is still a fatal reciprocity. It is neither primitive nor purely the way of nature, nothing could be more false. It has nothing to do with our calculable and statistical abstract death, which is the byproduct of an agency both moral and bureaucratic, our capital punishment and concentration camps, and thus has everything to do with the system of political economy. This system is similarly abstract, but never in the way that a revenge, a murder, or a sacrificial spectacle is abstract. We have produced a judicial, ethnocidal and concentration camp death, to which our society has adjusted. Today, everything and nothing has changed, under the sign of the values of life and tolerance, the same system of extermination, only gentler, governs everyday life, and it has no need of death to accomplish its objectives. The same objective that is inscribed in the monopoly of institutional violence is accomplished as easily by forced survival as it is by death, a forced life for life's sake, kidney machines, malformed children on life support machines, agony prolonged at all costs, organ transplants, etc. All these procedures are equivalent to disposing of death and imposing life, but according to what ends? Those of science and medicine? Surely this is just scientific paranoia, unrelated to any human objective. Is profit. Page 173. Page 174. The aim? No, society swallows huge amounts of profit. This therapeutic heroism is characterized by soaring costs and decreasing benefits. They manufacture unproductive survivors. Even if social security can still be analyzed as compensation for the labor force in the interests of capital, this argument has no purchase here. Nevertheless, the system is facing the same contradiction here as with the death penalty. It overspends on the prolongation of life because This system of values is essential to the strategic equilibrium of the whole. Economically, however, this overspending unbalances the whole. What is to be done? An economic choice becomes necessary, where we can see the outline of euthanasia as a semi-official doctrine or practice. We choose to keep 30% of the Uremix Indiana France alive, 36% in the USA. Euthanasia is already everywhere, and the ambiguity of making a humanist demand for it, as with the freedom to abortion, is striking. It is inscribed in the middle to long-term logic of the system. All this tends in the direction of an increase in social control. For there is a clear objective behind all these apparent contradictions, to ensure control over the entire range of life and death. From birth control to death control, whether we execute people or compel their survival, the prohibition of dying is the caricature, but also the logical form of progressive tolerance. The essential thing is that the decision is withdrawn from them, that their life and their death are never freely theirs, but that they live or die according to a social visa. It is even intolerable that their life and death remain open to biological chance, since this is still a type of freedom. Just as morality commanded, "You shall not kill," today it commands, "You shall not die." Not in any old way, anyhow, and only if the law and medicine permit. And if your death is conceded you, it will still be by order. In short, death proper has been abolished to make room for death control and euthanasia. Strictly speaking, it is no longer even death, but something completely neutralized that comes to be inscribed in the rules and calculations of equivalence, rewriting planning programming system. It must be possible to operate death as a social service, integrated like health and disease under the sign of the plan and social security. This is the story of motel suicides in the USA, where, for a comfortable sum, one can purchase one's death under the most agreeable conditions, like any other consumer good, perfect service. Everything has been foreseen, even trainers who give you back your appetite for life. After which they kindly and conscientiously send the gas into your room, without torment and without meeting any opposition. A service operates these motel suicides, quite rightly paid, eventually reimbursed. Why did death not become a social service when, like everything else, it is functionalist as individual and computable consumption in social input and output? In order that the system consents to such economic sacrifices in the artificial resurrection of its living losses, it must have a fundamental interest in withdrawing even the biological chance of death from people. "You die, we'll do the rest" is already just an old advertising slogan used for funeral homes. Today, dying is already part of the rest, and the Thanatos. Page 174. Page 175. Centers charge for death just as the Eros centers charge for sex. The witch hunt continues. A transcendent, objective agency requires a delegation of justice, death, and vengeance. Death and expiation must be wrested from the circuit, monopolized at the summit and redistributed. A bureaucracy of death and punishment is necessary, in the same way as there must be an abstraction of economic, political, and sexual exchanges. If not, the entire structure of social control collapses. This is why every death and all violence that escapes the state monopoly is subversive. It is a prefiguration of the abolition of power. Hence the fascination wielded by great murderers, bandits, or outlaws, which is in fact closely akin to that associated with works of art. A piece of death and violence is snatched from the state monopoly in order to be put back into the savage, direct, and symbolic reciprocity of death, just as something in feasting and expenditure is retrieved from the economic in order to be put back into useless and sacrificial exchange, and just as something in the poem or the artwork is retrieved from the terrorist economy of signification in order to be put back into the consumption of signs. This alone is what is fascinating in our system. Only what is not exchanged as values, that is, sex, death, madness and violence, is fascinating, and for this reason is universally repressed. Millions of war dead are exchanged as values in accordance with a general equivalence. Dying for the fatherland, we might say they can be converted into gold. The world has not lost them altogether. Murder, death, and violation are legalized everywhere, if not legal, provided that they can be reconverted into value in accordance with the same process that mediatizes labor. Only certain deaths, certain practices, escape this convertibility. They alone are subversive, but do not often make the headlines. Amongst these is suicide, which in our societies has taken on a different extension and definition, to the point of becoming, in the context of the offensive reversibility of death, the form of subversion itself. While there are fewer and fewer executions, more and more commit suicide in prison, an act of subverting detournement institutional death and turning it against the system that imposes it. Through suicide, the individual tries and condemns society in accordance with its own norms, by inverting the authorities and reinstating reversibility where it had completely disappeared, while at the same time regaining the advantage. Even suicides outside prison become political in this sense. Harakiri by fire is only the most spectacular form of this. They make an infinitesimal but inexpiable breach, since it is total defeat for a system not to be able to attain total perfection. All that is needed is that the slightest thing escapes its rationality. The prohibition of suicide coincides with the advent of the law of value. Whether religious, moral, or economic, the same law states no one has the right to remove any capital or value. Yet each individual is a parcel of capital, just as every Christian is a soul to be saved, and therefore has no. Page 175. Page 176. Right to destroy himself. It is against this orthodoxy of value that the suicide revolts by destroying the parcel of capital he has at his disposal. This is unpardonable. We will go so far as to hang the suicide for having succeeded. It is therefore symptomatic that suicide increases in a society saturated by the law of value, as a challenge to its fundamental rule. But we must also take another look at its definition. If every suicide becomes subversive in a highly integrated system, all subversion of and resistance to this system is reciprocally, by its very nature, suicidal. Those actions at least that strike its vitals. For the majority of so-called political or revolutionary practices are content to exchange their survival with the system, that is, to convert their death into cash. There are rarely suicides that stand against the controlled production. An exchange of death, against the exchange value of death, not its use value, for death is perhaps the only thing that has no use value, which can never be referred back to need, and so can unquestionably be turned into a weapon, but its value as rupture, contagious dissolution, and negation. The Palestinians or the rebellious blacks setting fire to their own district become suicidal, as is resistance to the security forces in all its forms, as are the neurotic behavior and multiple breakdowns by which we challenge the system's capacity to ever fully integrate us. Also suicidal are all political practices, demos, disorder, provocation, etc., whose objective is to arouse repression, the repressive nature of the system, not as a secondary consequence, but as the immediacy of death. The game of death unmasks the system's own function of death. The order has possession of death. But it cannot play it out. Only those who set death playing against itself win. The property system is so absurd that it leads people to demand their death as their own good, the private appropriation of death. The mental devastation of this appropriation is so great that it leads to investment in the immovable, immobiliar property of death, not only as a preoccupation with the third home, such as the tomb or the burial ground have become, many people buy a concession in the village cemetery at the same time as they buy their country house. But is the demand for a quality of death, a comfortable, personalized, designer death, a natural death, this is the inalienable right constituting the perfected form of bourgeois individual law. Besides, immortality is only ever the projection of this natural and personal right into infinity, the subject's appropriation of the afterlife and eternity. Her body and her death are equally inalienable. What despair is hidden by this absurd demand, analogous to that which fuels our delirious accumulation of the objects and signs from which we manically assemble our own private universe. Death must once again become the final object in this collection, and, instead of going through this inertia as the only possible event, it must itself re-enter the game of accumulating and administering things. Contrary to the twists the subject stamps on his own demise, dispossession occurs only in violent, unexpected death, which reinstates the possibility of escaping the neurotic control of the subject. 38. Page 176. Page 177. Everywhere, a stubborn and fierce resistance springs up to the principle of the accumulation, production, and conservation of the subject in which he can read his own programmed death. Everywhere death is played off against death. In a system which adds up living and capitalizes life, the death drive is the only alternative. In a meticulously regulated universe, the only temptation is to normalize everything by destruction. Security as blackmail. Security is another form of social control, in the form of life blackmailed with the afterlife. It is universally present for us today, and security forces range from life assurance and social security to the car seatbelt by way of the state security police force. 39 Belt up says an advertising slogan for seatbelts. Of course, security, like ecology, is an industrial business extending its cover up to the level of the species, a convertibility of accident, disease, and pollution into capitalist surplus profit is operative everywhere. But this is above all a question of the worst repression, which consists in dispossessing you of your own death, which everybody dreams of, as the darkness beneath their instinct of conservation. It is necessary to rob everyone of the last possibility of giving themselves their own death as the last great escape from a life laid down by the system. Again, in this symbolic short circuit, the gift exchange is the challenge to oneself and one's own life, and is carried out through death. Not because it expresses the individual's social rebellion, the defection of one or millions of individuals does not infringe the law of the system at all, but because it carries in it a principle of sociality that is radically antagonistic to our own social repressive principle. To bury death beneath the contrary myth of security, it is necessary to exhaust the gift exchange. Is it so that men might live that the demand for death must be exhausted? No, but in order that they die the only death the system authorizes, the living are separated from their dead, who no longer exchange anything but the form of their afterlife, under the sign of comprehensive insurance. Thus car safety, mummified in his helmet, his seatbelt, all the paraphernalia of security, wrapped up in the security myth, the driver is nothing but a corpse, closed up in another, non-mythic death, as neutral and objective as technology, noiseless and expertly crafted. Riveted to his machine, glued to the spot in it, he no longer runs the risk of dying, since he is already dead. This is the secret of security, like a stake under cellophane, to surround you with a sarcophagus in order to prevent you from dying. 40. Our whole technical culture creates an artificial milieu of death. It is not only armaments that remain the general archetype of material production, but the simplest machine around us constitutes a horizon of death, a death that will never be resolved because it has crystallized beyond reach, fixed capital of death, where the living labor of death has frozen over, as the page 177. Page 178. Labor force is frozen in fixed capital and dead labor. In other words, all material production is merely a gigantic character armor by means of which the species means to keep death at a respectful distance. Of course, death itself overshadows the species and seals it into the armor the species thought to protect itself with. Here again, commensurate with an entire civilization, we find the image of the automobile sarcophagus. The protective armor is just death. Miniaturized and become a technical extension of your own body. The biologization of the body and the technicization of the environment go hand in hand in the same obsessional neurosis. The technical environment is our overproduction of pollutant, fragile and obsolescent objects. For production lives, its entire logic and strategy are articulated on fragility and obsolescence. An economy of stable products and good objects is indispensable. The economy develops only by exuding danger, pollution, usury, deception, and haunting. The economy lives only on the suspension of death that it maintains. Throughout material production, and through renewing the available death stocks, even if it means conjuring it up by a security build-up, blackmail and repression. Death is definitively secularist in material production, where it is reproduced on a large scale as capital. Even our bodies, which have become biological machinery, are modeled on this inorganic body, and therefore become, at the same time, a bad object, condemned to disease, accident, and death. Living by the production of death, capital has an easy time producing security. It's the same thing. Security is the industrial prolongation of death, just as ecology is the industrial prolongation of pollution. A few more bandages on the sarcophagus. This is also true of the great institutions that are the glory of our democracy. Social security is the social prosthesis of a dead society. Social security is death. May 68, that is to say, a society already exterminated in all its symbolic wheels, in its deep system of reciprocities and obligations, which means that neither the concept of security nor that of the social ever had any meaning. The social begins by taking charge of death. It's the same story as regards cultures that have been destroyed then revived and protected as folklore. Cf. M. Desserto, La Butte de Mort in La Culture au Pluriel, Paris, UGE, 1974. The same goes for life assurance, which is the domestic variant of a system which everywhere presupposes death as an axiom. The social translation of the death of the group, each materializing for the other only as social capital indexed on death. Death is dissuaded at the price of a continual mortification, such is the paradoxical logic of security. In a Christian context, ascesis played the same role. The accumulation of suffering and penitence was able to play the same role as character armor, as a protective sarcophagus against hell. And our obsessional compulsion for security can be interpreted as a gigantic collective ascesis, an anticipation of death in life itself, from protection into protection, from defense to defense, crossing all jurisdictions, institutions, and modern material apparatuses. Life is no longer anything but a doleful, defensive bookkeeping, locking every risk into its sarcophagus. Page 178. Page 179. Keeping the accounts on survival, instead of the radical compatibility of life and death. Our system lives off the production of death and pretends to manufacture security. An about-face? Not at all, just a simple twist in the cycle whose two ends meet. That an automobile firm remodels itself on the basis of security, like industry on anti-pollution measures, without altering its range, objectives, or products, shows that security is only a question of exchanging terms. Security is only an internal condition of the reproduction of the system when it reaches a certain level of expansion, just as feedback is only an internal regulating procedure for systems that have reached a certain point of complexity. After having exalted production, today we must therefore make security heroic. At a time when anybody at all can be killed driving any car whatsoever, at whatever speed, the true hero is he who refuses to die. A Porsche hoarding, let's put an end to a certain glorification of death. But this is difficult, since people are indifferent to security. They did not want it when Ford and General Motors proposed it between 1955 and 1960. It had to be imposed in every instance. Irresponsible and blind? No, this resistance must be added to that which traditional groups throughout have opposed to. Rational social progress, vaccination, medicine, job security, a school education, hygiene, birth control, and many other things. Always these resistances have been broken, and today we can produce a natural, eternal, and spontaneous state, based on the need for security and all the good things that our civilization has produced. We have successfully infected people with the virus of conservation and security, even though they will have to fight to the death to get it. In fact, it is more complicated, since they are fighting for the right to security, which is of a profoundly different order. As regards security itself, no one gives a damn. They had to be infected over generations for them to end up believing that they needed it, and this success is an essential aspect of social domestication and colonization. That entire groups would have preferred to die out rather than see their own structures annihilated by the terrorist intervention of medicine, reason, science and centralized power. This has been forgotten, swept away under the universal moral law of the instinct of conservation. However, this resistance always reappears, even if only in the form of the workers' refusal to apply safety standards in the factories. What do they want out of this, if not to salvage a little bit of control over their lives, even if they put themselves at risk, or if its price is increasing exploitation, since they produce at ever greater speed? These are not rational proletarians. But they struggle in their own way, and they know that economic exploitation is not as serious as the accursed share, the accursed fragment that above all they must not allow to be taken from them, the share of symbolic challenge, which is at the same time a challenge to security and to their own lives. The boss can exploit them to death, but he will only really dominate them if he manages to make each identify with their own individual interests and become the accountant and the capitalist of their. Page 179. Page 180. Own lives. He would then genuinely be the master, and the worker the slave. As long as the exploited retain the choice of life and death through this small resistance to security and the moral order, they win on their own, symbolic, ground. The car driver's resistance to security is of the same order and must be eliminated as immoral. Thus suicide has been prohibited or condemned everywhere because primarily it signifies a challenge that society cannot reply to, and which therefore ensures the preeminence of a single suicide over the whole social order. Always the accursed share, the fragment that everyone takes from their own lives so as to challenge the social order, the fragment that everyone takes from their own bodies so as to give it, this may even be their own death, on condition that everyone gives it away, the fragment which is the whole secret of symbolic exchange, because it is given, received, and returned, and cannot therefore be breached by the dominant exchange, remaining irreducible to its law and fatal to it, its only real adversary. The only one it must exterminate. Funeral homes and catacombs. By dint of washing, soaping, furbishing, brushing, painting, sponging, polishing, cleaning and scouring, the grime from the things washed rubs off onto living things. Victor Hugo. The same goes for death. By dint of being washed and sponged, cleaned and scoured, denied and warded off, death rubs off onto every aspect of life. Our whole culture is hygienic, and aims to expurgate life from death. The detergents in the weakest washing powder are intended for death. To sterilize death at all costs, to varnish it, cryogenically freeze it, air condition it, put makeup on it, design it, to pursue it with the same relentlessness as grime, sex, bacteriological or radioactive waste. The makeup of death. Hugo's formula makes us think of those American funeral homes where death is immediately shielded from mourning and the promiscuity of the living in order to be designed according to the purest laws of standing, smiling and international marketing. It is not so worrying that the dead man is made beautiful and given the appearance of a representation. Every society has always done this. They have always staved off the abjection of natural death, the social abjection of decomposition, which voids the corpse of its signs and its social force of signification, leaving it as nothing more than a substance, and, by the same token, precipitating the group into the terror of its own symbolic decomposition. It is necessary to ward off death, to smother it in artificiality in order to evade the unbearable moment when flesh becomes nothing but flesh, and ceases to be a sign. The skeleton, with its stripped bones, already seals the possible reconciliation of the group, for it regains the force of the mask and the sign. But between the two, there is the abject passage through nature and the biological that must be warded off at all costs by page 180. Page 181. Sarcophagic practices, the devouring of flesh, which are in fact semi-ergic practices. Therefore, every thanatopraxis, even in contemporary societies, is analyzed as the will to ward off this sudden loss of signs that befalls the dead, to prevent their remaining, in the asocial flesh of the dead, something which signifies nothing. 41. In short, every society has its sarcophagic rituals. Embalming, the artificial preservation of the flesh, is one of its variants. The practices of the funeral homes, which appear so ridiculous and misplaced to us, idealists of natural death that we are, therefore remain faithful to the most remote traditions. The point at which they become absurd is their connotation of naturalness. When the primitive showers the dead with signs, it is in order to make the transition towards the state of death as quick as possible, beyond the ambiguity between the living and the dead, which is precisely what the disintegrating flesh testifies to. It is not a question of making the dead play the role of the living, the primitive concedes the dead their difference, for it is at this cost that they will be able to become partners and exchange their signs. The funeral home scenario goes the other way. Here, it becomes a question of the dead retaining the appearance of life, the naturalness of life. He still smiles at you, the same colors, the same skin, he seems himself even after death, he is even a little fresher than when he was alive, and lacks only speech, but we can still hear this in stereo. A faked death, idealized. In the colors of life, the secret idea is that life is natural and death is against nature. Death must therefore be naturalized in a stuffed simulacrum of life. In all of this there is on the one hand a refusal to let death signify, take on the force of a sign, and, behind this sentimental nature fetishism on the other, a great ferocity as regards the dead himself. Rotting and change are forbidden, and instead of being carried over to death and thus the symbolic recognition of the living, he is maintained as a puppet within the orbit of the living in order to serve as an alibi and a simulacrum of their own lives. Consigned to the natural, he loses his right to difference along with every chance of a social status. This is what separates those societies that are afraid neither of the sign nor of death, since they make it signify overtly, from our ideological societies where everything is buried under the natural, where signs have become nothing but designs, entertaining the illusion of a natural reason. Death is the first victim of this ideologization, rigidly set in the banal simulacrum of life. It becomes shameful and obscene. There is an enormous difference between these sanctuaries and drugstores of smiling, sterilized death and the corridors of the Capuchin convent in Palermo, where 3 centuries of disinterred corpses, meticulously fossilized in the clay of the Cemetery, with skin, hair, and nails, lie flat or suspended by the shoulders in close ranks, along the length of reserved corridors, the corridor of the religious, the corridor of the intellectuals, the corridors of women, children, etc., still dressed either in a crude wrap or, on the contrary, in costume with gloves and powdered muslin. In the pale half-light from the barred windows, 8,000 corpses in an incredible. Page 181. Page 182. Multiplicity of attitudes, sardonic, languid, head-spent, fierce, or timid, a dance of death which was for a long time, before becoming the Grevin Museum for the tourists, a place for dominical walks for the relatives and friends who used to come to see their dead, to acknowledge them, show them to their children with the familiarity of the living, a dominicality of death similar to those of the Mass or the theatre. A baroque of death. The first unburied corpses date from the 16th century and the Counter-Reformation. The solidity of a society capable of exhuming its dead, of opening a route to them, halfway between intimacy and the spectacle, of bearing without fright or obscene curiosity, that is, without the effects of sublimation and seriousness to which we are accustomed, the theatre of death, where cruelty is still a sign. Even if this is no longer in the bloody rites of the Tarahumaras. What a contrast with the fragility of our societies, which are incapable of confronting death without wan humor or perverse fascination. What a contrast with the anxious warding off in the funeral homes. The dereliction of death. The cult of the dead is on the wane. An order has been placed over the tombs, no longer a perpetual concession. The dead becomes socially mobile. The devotion to death remains, particularly in the working or middle classes, but today this is much more as a variable of status, a second home, than as tribal piety. We speak less and less of the dead, we cut ourselves short and fall silent, death is discredited. End of a solemn and detailed death in the family, we die in hospital. Death has become extraterritorial. The dying lose their rights, including the right to know when they are going to die. Death, like mourning, has become obscene and awkward, and it is good taste to hide it, since it can offend the well-being of others. Etiquette forbids any reference to the dead. Cremation is the limit point of this discreet elimination, since it many malices the remains. No more vertigo of death, only dereliction des effect. And the immense funeral cortege is no longer of a pious order, it is the sign of dereliction itself, of the consumption of death. In consequence, it grows in proportion to the disinvestment of death. We no longer have the experience that others had of death. Spectacular and televised experience has nothing to do with this. The majority no longer have the opportunity to see somebody die. In any other type of society, this is something unthinkable. The hospital and medicine take charge of you, the technical extreme unction has replaced every other sacrament. Man disappears from his nearest and dearest before being dead. He dies somewhere else. Roos, a Swiss woman, had the idea of going to speak to the dying about their own death, of making them speak. This is an obscene idea, a general denegation. No one dies in the service of any hospital, it is the staff that have a problem. She was taken to be a madwoman, a provocatrice, and so. Page 182. Page 183. She discharged herself from hospital. When she found a dying man to speak to, she went to find her students, but on her return she found him dead. Here, she perceived that the problem was hers and her students. She has subsequently succeeded. Soon there will be a staff of psychologists to watch over the dying and give speech back to them. The neo-spiritualism of the human and psychosocial sciences. The priest and the extreme unction still bore a trace of the community where death was discussed. Today, blackout. In any case, if the priest was nothing but a vulture, Today this function is largely fulfilled by the doctor, who shuts speech off by overwhelming the dying with care and technical concern. An infantile death that no longer speaks, an inarticulate death, kept out of sight. Serums, laboratories, and healing are only the alibi of the prohibition of speech. The exchange of disease. In any case, we no longer die at home, we die in hospital for many good material reasons, medical, urbane, etc., but especially because the sick or dying or man, as biological body, no longer has any place but within a technical milieu. On the pretext of being cared for, he is then deported to a functional spacetime which is charged with neutralizing the symbolic difference of death and disease. Precisely where the goal is the elimination of death, the hospital, and medicine in general, takes charge of the sick as the virtually dead. Therapeutic scientificity and efficiency presuppose the radical objectification of the body, the social discrimination of the sick, and hence a process of mortification. The logical conclusion to the medical genealogy of the body. Medicine becomes modern with the corpse. It will no doubt remain a decisive fact about our culture that its first scientific discourse concerning the individual had to pass through this stage of death. Michel Foucault, The Birth of the Clinic Trams. Smith, London, Routledge, 1990, p. 197. Mortified, the patient is also deadly, taking his revenge as he can, by means of its functions, its specializations, and its hierarchies. The clinical institution as a whole seeks to preserve itself from contamination from the already dead. The patient is dangerous because he is expected to die the death to which he has been condemned, and because of the neutrality in which he is enclosed at the term of his cure. From now on, the dead body can only act its incidental nature. And its cure, it radiates the total difference between itself and the sick man, and, as dead, all its potential maleficence. Neither the technical manipulation, the humane environment, nor even the occasion of his death in reality will be too much to ensure his silence. The most serious danger the sick man represents, and by reason of which he is genuinely asocial and like a dangerous madman, is his profound demand to be recognized as such and to exchange his disease. It is an aberrant and inadmissible demand from the sick, and the dying, to basin. Page 183. Page 184. Exchange on this difference, not in order to be cared for and recover, but to give his disease so that it might be received, and therefore symbolically recognized and exchanged, instead of being neutralized in the techniques of clinical death and the strictly functional survival called health and curing. The human or therapeutic relation to the hospital cannot be perfected, the general practice of medicine cannot change anything as concerns the blackout or the symbolic lockout. Summoned to cure the sick, devoted to healing, the doctor and his helpers, exclusively equipped to cure the entire institution, including its walls, its surgical machinery and its psychological apparatuses, alternating between coldness and solicitude, and today the humanization of the hospital. None of this breaks the fundamental prohibition of a different status for disease and death. At best, the sick will be left the possibility of self-expression, of speaking about his disease, and recontextualizing his life, in short the possibility of not experiencing this temporary anomaly so negatively. As regards recognizing the madness of disease as difference, as meaning, a wealth of meaning, as material from which to restructure and exchange, without trying in any way to return the sick to their normal lives, this presupposes the total elimination of medicine and the hospital, the entire system of enclosing the body in its functional truth, ultimately even the social order in its entirety, for which the mere demand that disease be treated as a structure of exchange is an absolute danger. 42. Sexualized death and deadly sex. Speaking of death makes us laugh in a strained and obscene manner. Speaking of sex no longer provokes the same Reaction: sex is legal, only death is pornographic. Society, having liberated sexuality, progressively replaces it with death, which functions as a secret right and fundamental prohibition. In a previous, religious phase, death was revealed, recognized, while sexuality was prohibited. Today the opposite is true. But all historical societies are arranged so as to dissociate sex and death in every possible way, and play the liberation of one off against the other, which is a way of neutralizing them both. Is everything evenly balanced in this strategy, or is there a priority of one term over the other? For the phase which concerns us, everything happens as if the indexation of death were the principal objective, bound up with the exaltation of sexuality. The sexual revolution was entirely oriented in this direction, under the sign of the one-dimensional eros and the function of pleasure. In other places, this is precisely what gave it its naivety, its pathos, its sentimentality, and, at the same time, its political terrorism, the categorical imperative of desire. The slogan of sexuality is in solidarity with political economy, in that it too aims at abolishing death. We will only have exchanged prohibitions. Perhaps, by means of this revolution, we will even have set up the fundamental prohibition against. Page 184. Page 185. Death. In so doing, the sexual revolution devours itself, since death is the real sexualization of life. My death is everywhere, my death dreams. Pursued and censured everywhere, death springs up everywhere again. No longer as apocalyptic folklore, such as might have haunted the living imagination in certain epochs, but voided precisely of any imaginary substance, it passes into the most banal reality, and for us takes on the mask of the very principle of rationality that dominates our lives. Death is when everything functions and serves something else. It is the absolute, signing, cybernetic functionality of the urban environment, as in Jacques Tati's film Playtime. Man is absolutely indexed on his function, as in Kafka, The Age of the Civil Servant is the age of a culture of death. This is the phantasm of total programming, increased predictability and accuracy, finality not only in material things, but in fulfilling desires. In a word, death is confused with the law of value and strangely with the structural law of value by which everything is arrested as a coded difference in a universal nexus of relations. This is the true face of ultramodern death, made up of the faultless, objective, ultra-rapid connection of all the terms in a system. Our true necropolises are no longer the cemeteries, hospitals, wars, hecatombs. Death is no longer where we think it is no longer biological, psychological, metaphysical, it is no longer even murder. Our society's true necropolises are the computer banks or the foyers, blank spaces from which all human noise has been expunged, glass coffins where the world's sterilized memories are frozen. Only the dead remember everything in something like an immediate eternity of knowledge, a quintessence of the world that today we dream of burying in the form of microfilm in archives, making the entire world into an archive in order that it be discovered by some future civilization. The cryogenic freezing of all knowledge so that it can be resurrected, knowledge passes into immortality as sign value. Against our dream of losing and forgetting everything, we set up an opposing great wall of relations, connections and information, a dense and inextricable artificial memory, and we bury ourselves alive in the fossilized hope of one day being rediscovered. Computers are the transistorized death to which we submit in the hope of survival. Museums are already there to survive all civilizations, in order to bear testimony. But to what? It is of little importance. The mere fact that they exist testifies that we are in a culture which no longer possesses any meaning for itself and which can now only dream of having meaning for someone else from a later time. Thus everything becomes an environment of death as soon as it is no longer a sign that can be transistorized in a gigantic whole, just as money reaches the point of no return when it is nothing more than a system of writing. Basically, political economy is only constructed, at the cost of untold sacrifices, or designed so as to be recognized as immortal by a future. Page 185. Page 186. Civilization, or as an instance of truth. As for religion, this is unimaginable other than in the Last Judgment, where God recognizes his own. But the Last Judgment is there already, realized, it is the definitive spectacle of our crystallized death. The spectacle is, it must be said, grandiose. From the hieroglyphic schemes of the Defense Department or the World Trade Center to the great informational schemes of the media, from siderurgical complexes to grand political apparatuses, from the megapolises with their senseless control of the slightest and most everyday acts, humanity, as Benjamin says, has everywhere become an object of contemplation to itself. Its self-alienation has reached such a degree that it can experience its own destruction as an aesthetic pleasure of the first order. The work of art in the age of mechanical reproduction, in Illuminations Tr. Harrison, ed. Hannah Arendt, London, Jonathan Cape, 1970, p. 244. For Benjamin, this was the very form of fascism, that is to say, a certain exacerbated form of ideology, an aesthetic perversion of politics, pushing the acceptance of a culture of death to the point of jubilation. And it is true that today the whole system of political economy has become the finality without end and the aesthetic vertigo of productivity to us. And this is only the contrasting vertigo of death. This is exactly why art is dead, at the point of saturation and sophistication. All this jubilation has passed into the spectacle of complexity itself, and all aesthetic fascination has been monopolized by the system as it grows into its own double. What else would it do with its gigantic towers, its satellites, its giant computers, if not double itself as signs? We are all victims of production become spectacle, of the aesthetic enjoyment jouissance, of delirious production and reproduction, and we are not about to turn our backs on it, for in every spectacle there is the imminence of the catastrophe. Today, we have made the vertigo of politics that Benjamin denounces in fascism, its perverse aesthetic enjoyment, into the experience of production at the level of the general system. We produce the experience of a depoliticized, de-ideologized vertigo of the rational administration of things, of endlessly exploding finalities. Death is imminent to political economy, which is why the latter sees itself as immortal. The revolution too fixes its sights on an immortal objective, in the name of which it demands the suspension of death, in the interests of accumulation. But immortality is always the monotonous immortality of a social paradise. The revolution will never rediscover death unless it demands it immediately. Its impasse is to be hooked on the end of political economy as a progressive expiry, whereas the demand for the end of political economy is posed right now, in the demand for immediate life and death. In any case, death and enjoyment, highly prized and priced, will have to be paid for throughout political economy, and will emerge as insoluble problems on the day after the revolution. The revolution only opens the way to the problem of death, without the least chance of resolving it. In fact, there is no day after, only days for the administration of things. Death itself demands to be expripage. 186. Page 187. Inst immediately, in total blindness and total ambivalence. But is it revolutionary? If political economy is the most rigorous attempt to put an end to death, it is clear that only death can put an end to political economy. Notes. 1. Racism was founded, and from the universal point of view we claim to have overcome it in accordance with the egalitarian morality of humanism. Neither the soul, in times past, nor today the biological characteristics of the species on which this egalitarian morality is based, offer a more objective or less arbitrary argument than, for example, the color of one's skin, since they too are distinctive criteria. On the basis of such criteria, soul or sex, we effectively obtain a black equals white equivalence. This equivalence, however, excludes everything that has not a human soul or sex even more radically. Even the savages, who hypostatus neither the soul nor the species, recognize the earth, the animal, and the dead as the socius. On the basis of our universal principles, we have rejected them from our egalitarian meta-humanism. By integrating blacks on the basis of white criteria, this meta-humanism merely extends the boundaries of abstract sociability, de jure sociality. The same white magic of racism continues to function, merely whitening the black under the sign of the universal. 2. The more we stress the human character of the divine essence, and the more we see the distance that separates God from man increase, the more we see reflection on religion or theology nullify the identity and unity of the divine essence and the human essence, the more we see the debasement of all that is human, in the sense that human consciousness becomes its object. The reason for this is that if everything positive in the conception we have of the divine being is reduced to the human, then man, the object of consciousness, could only become a negative and inhuman conception. 2. Enrich God, man must become poor. Ludwig Feuerbach, The Essence of Christianity IHG translation, available Tr. George Eliot, New York, Harper & Row, 1957. This text clearly describes an abduction into the universal. The universalization of God is always bound up with an exclusion and reduction of the human in its originality. When God starts to resemble man, man no longer resembles anything. What Feuerbach does not say, because he is still too wrapped up in religion, is that the universalization of man also takes place at the cost of the exclusion of all others, madmen, children, etc., in their difference. When man starts to resemble man, others no longer resemble anything. Defined as universality and as an ideal reference, the human, just like God, is properly inhuman and extravagant. Feuerbach has equally nothing to say concerning the act of abduction, by which God captures the human for his own ends, in such a way that man is nothing more than the anemic negative of God, which, backfiring, killed God himself. Even man is dying from the various inhumanities, madness, infancy, savagery, he has instituted. 3. At a time when public sector housing is taking on the appearance of a cemetery, cemeteries normally adopt the form of real estate, as in Nice, etc. On the other hand, it is remarkable that in the American metropolis, and often in the French, traditional cemeteries constitute the only green, or empty, spaces in the urban ghetto. That the space of the dead became the only district in the city where living is tolerable says a great deal about the inversion of values in the modern necropolis. In Chicago, children play in cemeteries, cyclists ride there and lovers kiss. What architect would dare to draw inspiration from the truth of the contemporary urban setup and form a conception of a city on the basis of cemeteries, waste ground and accursed spaces? This would truly be the death of architecture. For heresies always put this kingdom of the beyond in question to establish the kingdom of God hic et nunc. To deny the doubling of life and survival, to deny the next world, is also to deny the rupture with the dead and therefore the necessity of crossing over via an. Page 187. Page 188. Intermediary agency to establish trade with them. This is the end of the Church and its power. 5. God keeps the signifier and the signified, good and evil, apart. He also separates man and woman, the living and the dead, the body and the mind, the other and the same, etc. More generally, it is he who maintains the split between the poles of every distinct opposition, and therefore between the inferior and the superior, black and white. As soon as reason becomes political, that is to say, as soon as the distinct opposition is resolved as power and leans in the interests of one of these terms, God is already on this side. 6 La Bar, at the helm tr. 7 For us, by contrast, everything which is symbolically exchanged constitutes a mortal danger for the dominant order. 8 There is therefore no distinction on the symbolic plane between the living and the dead. The dead have a different status, that is all, which requires certain ritual precautions. But visible and invisible do not exclude each other since they are two possible states of a person. Death is an aspect of life. The Kanaki arriving in Sydney for the first time, stupefied by the crowds, soon explains the thing by the fact that in this country the dead walk amongst the living, which is nothing strange. Du Como, for the Kanakes, Maurice Lienhart, Du Como, Person and Myth in the Melanesian World Tr. Beja Miller Gulati, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1979, is that which lives, and everyone may belong to this category. There again the living/non-living is a distinctive opposition that we alone make, and we base all our science and our operational violence on it. Science, techniques, and production assume this rupture of the living and the non-living, privileging the living on which alone science in all its rigor is based, cf. J. Monod, chance, and necessity. Even the reality of science and techniques is also the separation of the living and the dead. The very finality of science as a pulsion, as the death drive, the desire to know, is inscribed in this disjunction, so that an object is only real insofar as it is dead. That is, relegated to inert and indifferent objectivity, as were initially, above everything else, the dead and the living. By contrast, the primitives were not plunged, as we like to say so much, into animism, that is, into the idealism of the living, into the irrational magic of forces. They privilege neither one term nor the other, for the simple reason that they do not make this distinction. 9 This rule also applies in the political sphere. Thus the peoples of the Third World, Arabs, blacks, and Indians, act as Western culture's imaginary, as much an object or support of racism as the support of revolutionary aspirations. On the other hand, we, the technological and industrial West, are their imaginary, what they dream of in their separation. This is the basis of the reality of global domination. 10 Of course, the psychoanalytic, Lacanian, real is no longer given as substance, nor as a positive reference, it is the always lost object that cannot be located, and of which there is nothing ultimately to say. A delimited absence in the network of the symbolic order, this real retains however the charm of a game of hide and seek with the signifier which traces after it. From the representation to the trace, the real is effaced not entirely, however. There is all the difference between an unconscious topology and utopia. Utopia puts an end to the real, even as absence or lack. At least in Lacan there is something other than the idealist misinterpretation of Levi Strauss, for whom, in his Structural Anthropology 2 vols, T.R.M. Leighton, Harmonsworth, Penguin, 19779, the function of the symbolic universe is to resolve on the ideal plane what is experienced as contradictory on the real plane. Here, not too far from its most degraded sense, the symbolic appears as a sort of ideal compensation function, mediating between the separation of the real and ideal. In fact, the symbolic is quite simply reduced to the imaginary. 11 On the other hand, whoever cannot be given also dies, or falls to the necessity of selling themselves. This is where prostitution takes hold, as the residue of gift exchange and the first form of economic exchange. Even though the prostitute's wages were initially, in page 188, Page 189. The ancient context, a sacrificial wage, it inaugurates the possibility of another type of exchange. 12 cf. Also M. Lienhardt, there is no idea of nothingness in death. The Kanaki does not mistake the idea of death for that of nothingness. Perhaps we may find in their term Sari an idea similar to our nothingness. Sari indicates the situation of the bewitched or cursed man who has been abandoned by his ancestors, the Bayos, a man in perdition, out of society. He feels himself non-existent and suffers a veritable ruin. For him nothingness is, at most, a social negation and is not a part of the idea he has of death. Ducamo, p. 35. 13 Such societies are consequently less psychotic than our modern societies, for which we politely reserve the qualification neurotic, but which are in fact in the process of becoming psychotic according to our own definition, that is, they are in the process of a total loss of access to the symbolic. 14 Because the social itself does not exist in primitive societies. The term primitive has been eliminated today, but we must also eliminate the equally ethnocentric term society. 15 cf. The cannibalism seen in Jean Delhiri's Les Indiens de la Renaissance. 16 On this point see René Girard, Violence and the Sacred Tr. Patrick Gregory, Baltimore, Johns Hopkins, 1979. 17 Just like Jolin, La Mort Sera, on the primitive fear of the dead, by lending anti-social intentions to the forces of death, the Sera have merely logically extended some very broad observations and, at the same time, several unconscious givens. It is not at all certain that these unconscious givens have much to do with this. The haunting and the negativity of the forces of death might well be explained as the menacing agency and the imminence of these wandering forces as soon as they escape from the group, where they can no longer be exchanged. The dead man, in fact, avenges himself. But the hostile devil, the hostile dead man, is repeatedly incarnated in the group's failure to preserve his material in symbolic exchange, to repatriate, through an appropriate ritual, this nature that escapes with the dead man and which then sears taluses into a malefic instance. This nevertheless leaves his relation with the group intact, he exercises it in the form of persecution. The dead labor frozen within capital plays the same role for us. This has nothing to do with a superechoid projection or an unconscious apparatus issuing from the depths of the species. 18 The neo-millennialism of the liberation of the unconscious should not be analyzed as a distortion of psychoanalysis. It follows logically from the imaginary resurrection of the lost object, objet petit, that psychoanalysis buried at the core of its theory, the always unlocatable real which allows it to guard the gates to the symbolic. The objet petit is in fact the true mirror of desire, and, at the same time, the mirror of psychoanalysis. 19 Science itself is cumulative only because it is half bound up with death, because it heaps death upon death. 20 In times past, however, there had already existed another individual and pessimistic thought of death, the Stoics. Aristocratic, pre-Christian thought was also bound up with the conception of a personal solitude in death in a culture where collective myths were collapsing. The same emphases are also found in Montaigne and Pascal, in The Feudal Lord, or the Jansenist of Noblesse de Robe, the ennobled bourgeoisie, in Humanist Resignation or Desperate Christianity. This, however, marks the beginning of the modern anguish of death. 21 In this respect, there is no difference between atheist materialism and Christian idealism, for they part company only on the question of the afterlife, but whether or not there is anything after death has no importance. That is not the question in English in the original TR. They agree on the basic principle, life is life, and death is always death, that is, they share the will to keep them scrupulously at a distance from each other. 22 The Christian dialectic of death epitomizes and puts an end to Pascal's formula. It is important for all life to know whether the soul is mortal or immortal, is succeeded by Page 189. Page 190. Humanist thinking, a rationalist mastery over death. In the West, this has been drawn on from the Stoics and the Epicureans, Montaigne. The denegation of death, benign or cold serenity, up to the 18th century, and Feuerbach. Death is a phantom, a chimera, since it exists only when it does not exist. The staging of reason never results in an excess of life, nor in an enthusiastic sense of death. Humanism seeks a natural reason for death, a wisdom backed up by science and the Enlightenment thinkers. Dialectical reason, death as negativity, and the movement of becoming succeeds this formal and rationalist overcoming of death. The beautiful dialectic follows the upward mobility of political economy. The dialectic then breaks down to make room for the irreducibility of death and its insurmountable imminence. Kierkegaard. With Heidegger, dialectical reason falls into ruin, taking a subjective and irrational turn towards a metaphysics of despair and the absurd, which, however, does not prevent it from continuing to be the dialectic of a conscious subject finding a paradoxical freedom in it. Everything is permitted, since death is insurmountable. Quia absurdum, Pascal was not so far from the modern pathos of death. Camus, the absurd man fixes death with an impassioned stare. This fascination liberates him. The anguish of death as a test of truth. Human life as being towards death. Heidegger, authentic being towards death. That is to say, the finitude of temporality is the hidden basis of Dawesian's historicality, being and time. T.R.J. Macquarie and E. Robinson, Oxford, Blackwell, 1978, 74, p. 438. Death is authenticity. There is in this, in relation to a system that is itself mortifying, a vertiginous escalation, a challenge which is in fact a profound obedience. The terrorism of authenticity through death remains a secondary process in that, by means of dialectical acrobatics, consciousness recuperates its finitude as destiny, anxiety as the reality principle, and as freedom remains the imaginary which, in its contemporary phase, has substituted the mirror of death for that of immortality. But all this remains extremely Christian and is moreover constantly mixed up with existential Christianity. Revolutionary thought, for its part, oscillates between the dialecticization of death as negativity, and the rationalist objective of the abolition of death, to put an end to it as a reactionary obstacle in solidarity with capital, with the help of science and techniques, en route to the immortality of generic man, beyond history, in communism. Death, like so many other things, is only a superstructure, whose exit will be governed by the revolution of the infrastructure. 23. There is a great risk of confusion here, for if we acknowledge that death and sexuality are biologically intertwined in the organic destiny of complex beings, this has nothing to do with the symbolic relation of death and sex. The first is inscribed in the positivity of the genetic code, the second in the destruction of social codes. Or rather, the second has no biological equivalent inscribed anywhere, whether in a code or in language. It is play, challenge, and intense pleasure. Jouissance as it mockingly thwarts the former. Between the two, between the real relation of death and sexuality and their symbolic relation, there passes the caesura of exchange, a social destiny where everything plays. Weismann, soma is mortal, plasma germinative and immortal. Protozoa are virtually immortal, death arising only with differentiated metazoa for whom death becomes possible and even rational. The unlimited duration of an individual life becomes a useless luxury. For Baudrillard, death on the contrary becomes an irrational luxury. Death is only a late acquisition of living beings. In the history of the species of living creatures, it appears along with sexuality. So also Tournier in Friday or the Other Island, Tr. Norman Denny, Harmonsworth, Penguin, 1984, pages 1067. Sex and death. Their close association. He insisted that this was a sacrifice of the individual to the species. Since in the act of procreation the individual loses something of his substance. Thus sexuality is the living presence, ominous and mortal, of the. Page 190. Page 191. Species in the essence of the individual. To procreate is to bring forth a new generation which innocently and inexorably will thrust its predecessor towards extinction. The instinct which brings the sexes together is then an instinct of death. But nature has thought it prudent to disguise her stratagem, transparent though it is. And what appears to be the self-indulgence of lovers is in reality a course of mad self-abnegation. This fable is accurate, but demonstrates only the correlation between biological sex and death. In fact, death's decree appears along with sexuality, since the latter is already the inscription of a functional distribution, and therefore is immediately of a repressive order. But this functional distribution is not of the order of the pulsion, it is social. It appeared in a certain type of social relation. Savages do not make sexuality autonomous like we do, they are closer to what Baudrillard describes, through the activity of organs in a flow of coalescence and renewal, like the ebb and flow of waves. The self is dispossessed. Eroticism 2nd ed. T.R.M. Dalwood, London, Marion Boyars, 1987, p. 18. 24. In fact, Baudrillard's vision of excess often falls into the trap of transgression, a fundamentally Christian dialectics or mysticism, but shared by contemporary psychoanalysis and by every libertarian ideology of the festival and release. Defoulment, of the prohibition and transgression. We have made the festival into an aesthetics of transgression. Because our entire culture is one of prohibition. Repression still marks the idea of the festival, which by the same token may be accused of reactivating the prohibition and reinforcing the social order. We treat the primitive feast to the same analysis since we are basically incapable of imagining anything other than the bar, it's on this side and it's beyond, which again issues from our fundamental schema of an uninterrupted linear order. The good form which culture excludes is always that of the end, of a final fulfillment. Like the sacrifice, the primitive feast is not a transgression but a reversal, a cyclical revolution. This is the only form that puts an end to the bar and its prohibitions. The inverse order of the transgression or liberation of repressed energies simply ends up in a compulsion to repeat the prohibition. Thus only reversibility and the cycle are in excess, transgression remains by default. In the economic order, all production is reproduction, in the symbolic order, all reproduction is production. 25. It is, moreover, curious to see how, technically, death becomes increasingly undecidable for science itself. Heart failure, then a level encephalogram, but then what? There is no longer any objective progress here, something of the indeterminacy and undecidability of death in the heart of science itself is reflected on the symbolic plane. 26. To the point that it is sufficient that certain political groups demand some accident or assassination attempt of unknown origin, this is their only practice, transforming chance into subversion. 27. Since today this contractual demand is addressed to social authorities, whereas before one signed pacts with the devil to prolong, enrich, and enjoy one's life. The same contract, and the same trap, the devil always wins. 28. This is more important than the maximal exploitation of the labor force. This can clearly be seen in the case of the elderly. They are no longer exploited, if they are allowed to live on the fruits of society, if they are forced to live, since they are the living example of the accumulation of life, as opposed to its consumption. Society supports them as models of the use value of life, accumulation, and saving. This is precisely why they no longer have any symbolic presence in our society. 29. It only becomes the object of a passion again if it can be imputed to a person, a particular capitalist or a particular business personified, and is therefore experienced once again as crime and sacrifice. 30. Contrary to what is generally thought, human sacrifices succeeded animal sacrifice to the extent that the animal lost its magical preeminence, and the man-king succeeded the animal totem as worthy of the sacrificial function. The more recent substitutive sacrifice of the animal has a very different meaning. Page 191. Page 192. 31. Hence in the past prisoners of war were spared in order to be used as slaves. No longer worthy of potluck and sacrifice, they were condemned to the lowliest role and to a slow death from labor. 32. But when and why did this death cease to be a sacrifice and become a torture? When did it cease to be a form of torture to become an execution, as it is for us? There is no history of death and the death penalty, there is only a genealogy of the social configurations to provide death with meaning. 33. The same liberal policy change took place, at another level, in England in 1830, where they wanted to replace the executioner with a preventative regular police force. The English prefer the executioner to the regular police force. And, in fact, the police, established in order to reduce the violence being wrought on the citizens, quite simply took over from crime in wreaking this violence against the citizen. In time, it revealed itself to be much more repressive and dangerous for the citizen than crime itself. Here again, overt and selective repression metamorphoses into generalized preventative repression. 34. Hence the meaning of the famous formula, we are all German Jews, but also, we are all Indians, blacks, Palestinians, women, or homosexuals. From the moment that the repression of difference was no longer carried out by extermination, but by absorption into the repressive equivalence and universality of the social, we are all different and repressed. There are no more detainees in a society that has invented open prisons, just as there are no more survivors in a society that claims to abolish death. In this retaliatory contamination, the omnipotence of the symbolic order can be read, the unreal basis of the separations and the lines traced by power. Hence the power of this particular formula, we are all German Jews, in that rather than expressing an abstract solidarity, of the type all together for we are all united behind this or that, forward with the proletariat, etc., it expresses the inexorable fact of the symbolic reciprocity between a society and those it excludes. In a single movement it falls into line with them as radical difference. This is how it captured something fundamental in May 68, whereas other slogans were mere political cant. 35. For in this will to abolish death, which is the project of political economy, the unconscious, by a curious reversal, that which knows no death is the death drive, starts to play an important role. It becomes the referential discourse of the thesis of the criminal's irresponsibility, crime as acting out. It is well versed in the defense dossier as an explanatory system. The unconscious plays a decisive role today in rationalist, progressivist and humanist thought. It has indeed fallen on hard times. And in this way, psychoanalysis also enters, without willing it, ideology. The unconscious, however, would have had many other things to say about death if it had not learned to speak the system's language. Quite simply, it used to say that death did not exist, or, rather, that to abolish death was a phantasm that itself originates from the depths and repression of death. Instead of this, today it serves only as evidence, to our social idealists, of irresponsibility and justifies their moral discourse, life is a good, and death is an evil. In its violent classical phase, which even today coincides with conservative thought, capital plays on the discourse of conscious psychology and responsibility, and therefore repression. This is the terrorist discourse of capitalism. In its more advanced phase, which coincides with progressive, even revolutionary thought, neo-capitalism plays on the discourse of psychoanalysis, unconscious, irresponsibility, tolerance and reform. Consciousness and responsibility are the normative discourse of capital. The unconscious is the liberal discourse of neo-capitalism. 36 in 1819, under pressure from even the entrepreneurs and proprietors, and because the penal machine was jammed by the courts being too severe with the death penalty, jurors had the stark choice between the death penalty and acquittal. The death penalty was abolished in 100 or so cases, England. Its abolition therefore corresponds to a rational adaptation, to an increasing efficiency of the penal system. Kessler. Our capital punishment is not the inheritance of the butchery of the Dark Ages. It has. Page 192. Page 193. Its own history. It is the residue of a jurisdiction which is contemporary with the development of political economy, and whose fiercest period, the Bloody Code in 19th century England, coincides with the Industrial Revolution. Medieval custom reserved death for a few particularly serious offences. Bound to the increasingly imperious defence of the right to private property, the curve began to rise through the height of the 19th and up to the 20th centuries. The Bloody Code, in Reflections on Hanging London. Gollanch, 1956, pages 1-3 ff. Baudrillard has paraphrased and summarized rather than cited Kessler here. Tr. This curve, then, also charts the ascendancy of the capitalist bourgeois class. And its recession after 1850 is the effect not of absolute human progress, but that of the capitalist system. 37 of the type, the state is led to multiply very real murders in order to avoid an unknown murder. It will never know if whether this murder has any chance of being perpetrated. Camus, Sur la peine capitale. This play on logic, seeking to place the system in contradiction with itself, leads liberal humanism directly to abject compromise. The abolition of the death penalty must be demanded both for reasons of logic and realism. Ibid. In the last resort, the death penalty is bad because, by its very nature, it rules out any possibility of making punishment and responsibility proportionate. Kessler, The Bloody Code. This was already the reason that the English capitalists had demanded its abolition in 1820. The liberal argument is, terror goes against its own ends, a scale of well-administered penalties, of minimal punishment, is both more humane and more effective. The equivalence of the human and the effective has a long history in humanist thought. 38 It's not so simple, however, since the subject can still invoke violent death, death from the outside, an accident, suicide or a bomb, to avoid putting his natural immortality into question. The ultimate subterfuge, the ultimate ruse of the ego that may lead the subject to the opposite extreme, to seek an absurd death in order to better safeguard his immortal principle. 39 CRS Compagnies Républicaines de Sécurité, the French riot police. Tr. 40 Cryogenic freezing, or being sealed in a gel so as to be resurrected, is the limit form of this practice. 41 Just as much by simply devouring the body, in this sense, cannibalizing the dead is itself a semiurgic activity. The idea that is always put forward is that through cannibalism one assimilates the forces of the dead. This is a secondary magical discourse for both the primitive and the ethnologist. It is not a question of force, that is to say, of a natural surplus or potential. On the contrary, it is a question of signs, that is to say, of preserving the sign's potential against every natural process, against the devastations of nature. 42 For the Dangalite, Jean Poerlian, Nouvelle Revue de Psychoanalyse, No. 1, 1967, disease had an initiatory value. One must have been sick in order to become part of the group. One only becomes a doctor if one has been sick, and by the very fact of having been so. Disease comes from the margai, each has their own margai or margais, which they inherit from father to son. Every social position is acquired thanks to disease, which is a sign of election. Disease is a mark, a meaning the normal man goes his own way, he is one insignificant. Disease is culture, the source of value and the principle of social organization. Even where disease does not have this determinant social function, it is always a social matter, a social crisis, socially and publicly resolved, by reactivating the whole social metabolism through the extraordinary relation between the doctor and the sick man, and setting it to work. This is radically different from contemporary medical practice, where the illness is individually born and therapy individually applied. The reciprocity and exchange of the illness is preponderant in primitive societies. Illness is a social relation, like labor, etc. Organic causality can be recognized and treated by all sorts of means. The illness itself is never conceived as an organic lesion, but in the last instance as the rupture and breakdown of social exchange. The organic is a metaphor, it will therefore be treated metaphorically by the symbolic operation of social exchange. Page 193. Page 194. Through the two protagonists in the cure. The two are always three in other contexts, the group is immanent to the cure, at once the operator and the stakes of symbolic efficacy. In short, the doctor and the sick are redistributed around the illness as social relation, instead, as is the case for us, of making the illness autonomous as an organic relation with its objective causality, doctor and patient each becoming objectified as passive and active, patient or specialist. Page 194. Page 195. Next section 6. The extermination of the name of God.